regulation, which is in a way implemented also quite well, but still there are a lot of learnings. And I would say there are a lot of day-to-day challenges also which keep on coming as we keep doing work for builders. And builders also find out unique way of doing things. कुछ ना कुछ अलग करते ही रहते हैं और कुछ नया झमेला लेके आ जाते हैं, तो उसका डॉक्यूमेंट कैसे अपलोड करना है, क्या करना है, हाउ टू हैंडल देम, है ना. Sometimes it is a like direct buyout, sometimes it is like in they have to give something to the landowner, sometimes they'll give money, they will give something else, then there is pagadi land, there is something or something, and every project they bring out some unique problems and challenges. Okay. And sometimes they'll come there for 2 buildings, they want 2 different numbers, and then how do you document, what do you submit? And then there are so many problems which keep on coming. And of course, there are builders who don't take RERA number or don't do anything, like the one which happened in Kalyan, and so many builders were barred as well. So action has also started. There is a fear, people want to do it, people are doing it. And the most important thing is the buyer has become so intelligent that the buyer says कि RERA number hai kya? Before even giving the advance or entering into, and agreements cannot be done without this number. So I think the act is come out well. It is getting implemented also. We are involved in almost every cases, and we learn also a lot of things. And I think that is where we see the result here. Almost 200 plus people who have registered today, and the hall is almost full. And I'm sure we'll learn from all the learned speakers, and who other than Ramesh, Prabhu to start with. And of course, Bhavna also, to today's both the speaker. Let us also have a round of applause for them. And before I end, maybe a couple of seconds. So thank you to each and every one for supporting us. I think for me, it was a satisfying year. I stepped down as chairman on the 25th. So about 48 hours now from stepping down. And really, when I look backward, I think we did so much during the course of the year, from international tax to RERA to cooperative to internal audit and risk management. I think we kept on and on and on doing programs in physical format, in virtual format, and members kept on coming and learning. We even did like programs with the CPA Australia, with the Institute of Chartered Accountants, England and Wales. And we saw that like after COVID, there is again, the attendance has gone up, people are coming, the people are interested, and people are taking different type of career paths. So I think the landscape as a chartered accountant is growing. That is what I would say. You can go and do fraud forensic, you can do internal audit, you can do international tax, and you can do RERA and cooperative. So much which can be done. The only few things, when I go to the smallest of towns and cities across Maharashtra, Goa and Gujarat, when I visited, there are few complaints which members have, that the fee is too less as compared to the amount of work. The work is going up, the stress levels are going up, paisa 2 saal baad aata hai. But I think it is all with us. We'll have to start changing ourselves. Charge the right price, charge the value for our money, recover the money, and if possible, start taking advances. I think we'll have to do that. As I step down, there is a long to-do list also for me, which I'm going to work on creating professional opportunities. I'll go and talk to members across the study circles and branches. On adopting tools and technology, I think members are really hesitant, and go and tell them smallest of things which can be done in their offices and which can bring about efficiency. So we'll go and do that as well. And there are a lot of things which you started taking up with the Central Council, and now with a young and dynamic president at Delhi, I think a lot more can be done during this year as well, and we'll continue from the regional council taking up all those matters with the central and ensuring that the much needed changes are brought about. So anything that you have, it is simple. You can write to us at wirc@ici.in and we'll take it up. That is assurance. Any one of you who wants to be a coordinator here, you want to come as a speaker, you want to be contributing to the book on cooperative, on RERA, on the reference manual, on the budget book, please come ahead. We need more and more support so that we can give it back to the membership. With that, let me stop, and I can see members from far off, Bhiwandi, Badlapur, so many of you coming from across, even Vasai and Mira Road and Bhayandar. So guys, thank you very much. Thank you for coming, and over to Shweta again. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. Moving further, since Hadadare sir is with us and he accepted invitation, even a very short notice. So, sir, thank you so much. And for that, I request our chairman, sir, to please present a small memento as a token of appreciation to our chief guest. Thank you. Very happy to announce that today on this occasion, we are releasing our book publication of WIRC on India's financial statements. So I request to the backend team, please, and Saurabh Ajmera, please join us. Our chief guest and Ramesh Prabhu, sir. Thank you, and I would like to thanks to Chairman of India's committee and all the contributors for this publications. Thank you so much.
And the publication will also be available to be downloaded free of cost from the WRC website. And we are taking it up in the tomorrow's executive committee. There is a research fund, and every year we get interest on the research fund amount. So we will be utilizing the interest amount now on this research and publication activity. And going forward, every month, the executive committee will decide which publication to be printed and sold to members at a certain price, and which publication to be just made in a soft format so that it can be uploaded on WRC website for members to download free of cost. And believe me, if in a year we come up with about 30 publications, more than 15 will be available free of cost without charging a single rupee to be downloaded, and it will be available and will circulate the link to the members across. And this one will be available free of cost for everyone to download. Give us 24 hours to upload it on the WRC website.
Yeah, thank you so much. So without wasting a time, it's time to hear from our chief guest, sir. But before that, I request Treasurer Piyush Chandak, please introduce him.
Thank you, Shweta madam. Good evening, all of you. Today, we have with us a person with a big, long experience and a great knowledge. We also thank Ramesh Prabhu sir for his support to coordinate with him. Dr. D.R. Hadadare. He has done masters in civil engineering and environmental sciences. See the combination. He also did diploma in housing policy formulation from London University. He has over 40 years of experience in shelter sector. He was lecturer in College of Engineering, Goa during 1975 to 80. And thereafter, he joined MHADA and was working with it for over 30 years. He was chief engineer in MHADA for almost 15 years and was in charge of housing activities in Maharashtra state. He has expertise in affordable and low-cost housing and was instrumental in planning and construction of 3 lakh such houses in Maharashtra state. Such a great achievement. He was also involved in redevelopment of MHADA buildings and old seized dilapidated buildings, slum redevelopment schemes in Mumbai. He was state's chief nodal officer of Government of India's National Urban Renewal Mission for construction of slum housing in Maharashtra. He was also a technical expert on Maharashtra State's Environmental Appraisal Committee for construction projects in MMR region. He was chief technical officer of MahaRERA over 5 years. And lately, he is connected with MahaPreet, a state government organization dealing with renewable energy and stalled affordable housing project. With this, I welcome before you Hadadare sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dignitaries on the dais. I'm very much thankful for giving me this opportunity for the WARC for sharing my thoughts amongst all learned people as CA. As introduced by a colleague, I'm basically a technocrat. I'm basically a civil engineer involved in construction of low-cost houses and affordable houses throughout Maharashtra. Government of Maharashtra had given this opportunity to construct affordable houses throughout Maharashtra. I did that. Later, I joined MahaRERA, and almost I was there over 5 years since beginning of the MahaRERA till last year. Last year, I retired from MahaRERA and joined some other organization which is also dealing with renewable energy and affordable housing. Basically, they are dealing with the stalled projects in Maharashtra. Coming to the MahaRERA, I would like to share my thoughts since I was almost 5 years in the MahaRERA. And basically, I was looking after registration of the projects. When the registration process or the MahaRERA Act, RERA Act came into being in 1917, 1st of May, across country, Maharashtra was the leading state in registration of the project. On the dot first day, we started online registrations. And in the first 3 months, almost 15,000 projects were registered, which were ongoing projects in Maharashtra, mostly in Mumbai. At that time, about 7,800 projects were registered in the first 3 months, ongoing projects. And Maharashtra was a leading state saying that all ongoing projects were required to be registered. Those projects, they have started. Those who have accomplished, those don't have completion certificates, but they are still ongoing. Those projects were required to be registered. As on today, almost 40,000 such projects have been registered. And countrywide, if you see, it is countrywide almost, it is 80,000 plus projects are still registered. So MahaRERA is almost 48 projects, 48% of the projects of country's projects are registered by MahaRERA. Now, registration number is important because unless project is registered, it doesn't attract the provisions of RERA Act. So registration is very important because unless it is registered, the RERA provisions of the RERA Act are not applicable. Initially, we had to go to villages because this act is applicable to all corners of the Maharashtra. Whosoever has a project on plot of 500 square meter and above, and the plot and the flat numbers 8 and above are required to be registered. If they fulfill either of the conditions, they are required to be registered. And when registered, all the provisions of the RERA Act are applicable. So the RERA Act is basically an accountability. It creates an accountability to all the professionals. It casts responsibility on the promoter who starts the construction. Now it's a big opportunity for the professionals also. As many as over 10,000 CAs are involved in the registered projects. It's a big number because there are two types of CAs that are required. One is, as you know, Form 3 is important for registration of the project, and then Form 5 is important for annual upkeep of the record and annual accounts checking and its results. The Form 5 is important for that. So these two forms, there are separate CAs for both. One CA cannot do it. So there are two separate CAs for each work, and more than 10,000 CAs are involved right now in the registered projects. Equal number of architects and equal number of engineers are also are involved in these registered projects. There are completed projects. There are innumerable projects which are yet to be registered. And MahaRERA has last year started a provision that unless a project is registered, he cannot sell. The promoter cannot sell, or the sold flat cannot be registered with the registrar. So that is a deterrent. The registrar cannot register a flat unless he has a RERA number. So this is very important provision in the RERA Act, and because of that main condition, all projects are required to be registered, barring few projects which are less than, which are situated on area less than 500 or whose number is less than 8. But there are very few such projects in the entire Maharashtra or country. Now, coming to the difficulties being faced by the professionals in the RERA, there are difficulties during the registration, after the registration, and maybe even after completion of the work. During the registration, CA is actually a main pillar for any construction project. There are two other pillars. One is engineer and architect. So these three pillars, they constitute the main framework of the RERA. CA's duty, as we have seen, the registration is mostly done by the CA. So basically starts with encumbrance certificate, legal title certificate, then CA certificate, architect certificate, engineer certificate. These are the basic documents apart from commencement certificate to be given by the local body. If the local body is collector, etc., in the villages, then the collector has to give such a commencement certificate. Otherwise, in municipal corporation area and municipal town, the commissioners or chief officers, they are authorized to sign commencement certificate. Commencement certificate is important document to begin with any work. So unless commencement certificate is there, work cannot be started. So once that is there, all other documents like CA, engineer's certificate or architect certificate, they can be taken up and the registration can be done. Registration is required only when the promoter starts selling. If he doesn't start selling immediately, he can delay the registration. Registration is mandatory before one starts selling. Suppose one doesn't want to sell immediately and he wants to complete the project with his own money, then he can certainly delay the registration. And after completion, if he starts selling only after completion of the project, after getting occupation certificate, no registration is required, because RERA is basically citizen-centric act. If he's not taking money from the buyers, if the promoter is not taking money from the buyers, if he's doing his own money, no registration is required. But even then, many promoters, for the ease of convenience, for his trust building, for his transparency, many such people, although they are doing with their own money, they have registered the projects. Most of the promoters, they have registered the projects just to create an awareness among the buyers, to create a trustworthiness of or reputation of the buyers. This registration is very much essential. Now, coming to the CA's role in this. CA's role is basically, I told you, as you know, once the project is registered, the compliance starts. Every 3 months, the promoter has to upload data, like if there are changes in the plans, if there is changes in the booking, or if he's spending money. For every money he spends, out of 70% of the money which is coming into the designated account, he has to, the CA has to certify that the money on the construction has been spent from the 70%, and then only he can get recoupment from that 70% account. So this is the main deterrent for any promoter or the CA to control the progress of the work, because the money which is coming into account is only spent on the progress of the work. So that is the main thing of the RERA, that money which is coming in the account is spent only on the construction. That is one of the important criteria in the RERA, and the buyer feels that his money is being utilized only for the keeping the progress of the work. In spite of this, what we have noticed in last 5-6 years, out of the 40,000 project registered, hardly 10,000 projects are completed, 25%. Another 25%, they are doing well. They are going as per the project schedules. But roughly 50% or 90,500 projects, they are saying rough. Mainly people feel it is because of Corona is one important factor. COVID is important factor. Then during the COVID, sale instances are affected. sale is very less. So these two factors together, Corona, progress is hampered, money inflow has affected. So roughly 20% of the projects, which are 90,000 odd, they are suffering a lot. Out of that, 7,000 projects are really facing very difficult, very much difficulty. And 3,000 projects, they have not sold anything. They have not sold anything, although they are registered. So RERA has now started those projects they are unable to sell or they don't want to sell right now. They can withdraw their projects. This provision was not there earlier, but RERA is now allowing one can withdraw, one can deregister the project if there is no sale. That is the main criteria for selling. Or suppose the sale is very meager, hardly 5 or 10 flats are sold. Then, and if he doesn't want to go ahead because the inflow affects, if there is no sellability, inflow affects greatly. And if there is no sellability or if there is no inflow, then the promoter can think of stopping the project, not going ahead with the projects. And may he can discuss with the buyers which have bought the flat. And if they are agreeable, he can stop the project, go to RERA and get it deregistered. So this is one of the main thing RERA has introduced of late, deregister the project. The main challenge before the RERA and for the professionals is the projects which are not moving at the speed they are expected. And they are roughly 50%. As I told you, 19,000 projects, they are selling still rough. And they are facing a lot of problems. And many people are sufferers. Basically, buyers, they are sufferers for this because many of the buyers, they take loan from the financial institutes and loan is EMIs are started, but the work doesn't go as per the progress they have decided. So these difficulties RERA is facing, professionals are facing, and the answers has to be come from the professionals as well as the promoters. And RERA has started consultations on this, what can be done. And right now RERA thinks of penalizing the people for the promoters which are not doing well. But penalizing is not the solution because we have to understand their difficulties of the buyers, difficulties of the promoters, why they are going slowly and what are their difficulties, how they can be best sorted out. And RERA has started consultation process on this right now. And these are the things I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very informative and knowledgeable information shared by you. Really, thank you so much. I request to our Regional Council member Radheshwar to please propose a hearty vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I feel happy to give this formal VOT to this inaugural session of this 3-day RERA program. I think listening to the introduction of Hadadare sir was itself an insight, and listening to those magical words of wisdom was definitely a cherry on cake. Thank you on this behalf of entire WIRC. Can we have a huge round of applause for sir for those words of wisdom? I would also like to thank Prabhu sir for being always there, and we look forward to listening to you as well as all the learned speakers. Thank you, Chairman Murtaza sir, Shweta madam, Piyush sir, and Saurabh bhai, and all of you for joining for this 3-day amazing RERA program, which is the only program which is started in this current chairman's term, and it's going to be on the 3rd day when the new chairman takes over. Thank you so much for joining in. Let's have a happy learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Radesh. Immediately we are starting a next session. I request Ramesh Sangoi to please take charge and start the session.
Good evening, everyone. I welcome you all for the 3 days refresher course on the RERA, and we are honored by our presence of Radheshwar. This workshop ensures to cover the Real Estate Development Act in a nutshell by the eminent speakers and cover the practical aspects of the act. All the 92 sections are structured and will be discussed in the 9 sessions in the 3 days. With the view of adding valuable knowledge, I believe each one of us will enrich ourselves by this workshop. So now our today's 2 speakers are there, CA Bhavna Radheshwar and CA Prabhu sir. I request CA Vikram Joshi to kindly introduce our 2 learned speakers.
Hello and good evening, everyone, to this RERA 3-day refresher course. I am here to introduce CA Ramesh Prabhu, who is a chartered accountant and qualified CISA by profession, and he is into the profession of chartered accountancy for the last 30 years and practicing in the name of RS Prabhu Associates. He is a regular faculty of ICAI regarding cooperatives and real estate. He is a member of the committee of the government for drafting cooperative manuals published by the government in May 2019. He has in-depth practical knowledge of the housing sector and has authored many books. And he is also an editor of MSWA Housing Societies Review, which has a circulation of over 30,000 copies. His book on deemed conveyance has been released by our Honorable former CM of Maharashtra, Prithviraj Chavan, with the foreword of the book being given by the Honorable President of India, Mrs. Pratibha Patil, and he had the occasion to visit as a guest speaker at Rashtrapati Bhavan. Our second speaker for today is Bhavna Radheshwar. She started her journey as a project head with Capgemini, and presently she is a proprietor of BMR and company practicing in the field of direct and indirect taxes. She is an empaneled auditor of the cooperative societies and also has represented cases in the NCLT. With this, I would request Amish to felicitate speakers. Also, I would request Radhesh. Over to you, Prabhu sir.
Good afternoon, friends. Today we are fortunate that we have Mr. Hadadare, who has retired from MahaRERA as a technical head, where he has helped almost all the chartered accountants, I would say, who were facing difficulties for registration. And in fact, as you may have seen, Gautam Chatterjee had confirmed to come. And yesterday we got a message that due to family some medical emergency, he is not able to make it. And then immediately I called him in the evening and I said, sir, we are really held up and last minute we are facing the difficulty, and you have worked in MahaRERA, so you'll be the right person to guide. And accordingly, he has come, and we are really thankful to you for sharing. And I requested him that at least in the full session, let him be there today, so that any questions that practically we may be facing in the registration or other things, he can guide us. Now, coming to the second aspect, yes, Bhavna has taken the responsibility to support me in this session, because we want to bring up more and more faculties. We want people to get involved in the institute activity, and that is how we have requested few new faculties to come, around 3 people out of 9. Of course, 9 faculties are there who are experts. Don't worry. We are always there, but another 3 faculties we have added so that they become a supporting faculty and they are prepared. And last 15 days, Bhavna has worked hard to read, understand, go through the videos, and where she was not having any knowledge about RERA, and today she will definitely share with you her knowledge, what she has gained in the last 15 days. But it will be definitely amazing. And I would request that each one of you to join us. Now, I can just share with you, we had come out with a, MahaRERA practice manual, law and practice, published by WRC, wherein we had involved around 100, contributors. Of course, Radheshwar was the main coordinator, coordinating about 100 people. And out of that, at least 50 chartered accountants. And the purpose was nothing but to get them involved in the activity so that we are able to, this is during the lockdown we did. And at least weekly 3-4 meetings online we used to have. So now it is a time to revise it, second time, because this is the first edition we came in the year 2021. Now in 23, after 2 years, we want to revise it. So the people who want to get involved in that second edition, I would definitely request you to come around 1,800 pages manual, which will be now edited and it will be definitely made available to each one of you. And I request you to contribute to that. Now, coming to the topic today, yes, the topic is very simple, MahaRERA overview. And instead of I speaking much, what we have decided, Bhavna will give the presentation initially for 15-20 minutes, or wherever I find that I need to add input to that, with her expertise, she will definitely deliver, and I will be joining her. And thereafter, of course, I will deal with the more and more questions and answers. Before I take it further, I would like to have some questions from you, participants, as to what you are looking from this course, 3 days course. Detailed syllabus has been given, because you must have seen that discussion that we are doing in each session is quite, in detail we have given. So what do you expect from this session? What has made you to register? Can 1 or 2 people just give them the mic, or you can loudly say, what do you expect? What is that you are looking at? Because many faculties are already there. Aditya is also going to be the next faculty. Then we have Sumit Kapore. 2 faculties are already there. Yeah.
Sir, if something come out of these 3 days, which guys feel it should be recommended to the government, then representation should be done at appropriate level.
Excellent. So that means one of the representation, the issues that you are facing, definitely will represent to the MahaRERA and try to get it, acted upon. Anything else you are looking at this session, or let me start the session? Yeah. Okay. We'll go with the session now. Bhavna, you can start. So Bhavna's presentation can be given. Yeah. And as I said, she will give the presentation. Don't think that we want to encourage everybody. And I'm there to support each of the, my 30 years experience, I will just share with you. And of course, Hadadare sir will also join with us. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'll be able to do justice with the topic, and it will be helpful for everyone. Good evening, everyone. So today is the first session. We'll start with the overall brief view of the RERA Act.
Mr. Mishra.
So we'll start with the brief overview of the Act, that is Real Estate Regulation and Development Act 2016. Why RERA? Like in 1992, there were many misappropriations and wrongdoings happening in stock market, And then SEBI came into force as a regulating authority to stop insider trading, manipulations, frauds, etc. So likewise, similarly in real estate sector also, there were many false promises with regard to possession date and area to be delivered. There was the need of a regulatory authority so that these practices solved. And hence there was a need of a regulatory authority for the entire real estate sector to promote, supervise, control, and in case of disputes, it is redressed to protect the interest of the stakeholders. So a dedicated adjudicating mechanism was required for addressing disputes relating to real estate sector. Hence, it was very much needed for this sector to have a regulatory authority to check proper activities going on in the real estate sector.
So in other words, the purpose of the RERA was to regulate the sector, which was not regulated for the more than, you can say decades from independent onwards. This is the first time because there was a lot of resistance from the real estate sector not to get them regulated. Now by regulation, they are made accountable and responsible. The moment somebody is made responsible and accountable under the law, naturally that need to be implemented, for which speedy redressal of the dispute or to comply that there is a regulator. So we know the regulators, as she has rightly pointed out, SEBI has come in. Thereafter, NBFC, that is RBI has started regulating, NBFC, then housing finance companies, insurance sector. The regulation has always not only a control, but it has been able to promote the sector. Today, believe me, we would not have had a data as to how many projects are getting registered, how many projects are, launched, and what is the status. But because today being regulated, today I can exactly tell you that in Maharashtra, as Hadadare sir rightly pointed out, more than 40,000 projects are registered. To be precise, as on today's data, 40,684 applications have been issued, out of which 39,528 has been, the registration has been granted. The rest of the registration in the process, nearly around 600, 800 registration is pending, and 10,932 projects are completed. Each of the flats data is now available with the regulator. I will be able to do the research. I can able to understand which promoter, what, and research the way prior to, MCA website. We were not having the data as to how the company is getting registered, what are the things I need to go to Cherny Road and get. Today, everything is available on the tip of the, mouse. That means on the desktop. I can just go and get the details and I can do the search. The transparency that is available. Today, everything is online as far as RERA is concerned. Second is agents. Around 42,117 agents have been registered. Rather, they had applied and 40,635 agents have been registered. Thereafter, nearly 20,406. This is the data which will enlighten us the scope that is involved. So that is 20,406 complaints have been lodged, out of which 13,833 complaints have been disposed of, and nearly 6,573 complaints are yet to be redressed. And believe me, 4,500 projects has become lapsed, because at the end, Hadadare sir said, the concern of MahaRERA or the flat buyer is about completing up the project. If 4,500 projects are stalled, which means need to be reactivated, it need to be taken over, it should be completed. So this is the data, and regulation is going to promote. When insurance regulatory came, before that there was only one, LIC. Today we know 14, 15 insurance companies are there. Even, when we had electricity, that was monopoly of the government, public sector. Now because of, Electricity Regulation Act, now we have various suppliers. And that is the beauty of the regulation, and that is beauty where we can promote. So the promotion is very important. And if this is the sector which is just 5 years old, rather I would say regulation has come 5 years old, over a period of next another 5 years, I will definitely tell you the scope for a chartered accountant immense, which of course we'll discuss, and Hadadare has absolutely touched upon it. Yeah, go ahead.
So the need of RERA, that is the objects of RERA, are to have transparency of information and to keep stakeholders accountable. Every developer has to register their project on the website, as rightly said by Radheshwar, at maharera.mahaonline.gov.in. If they don't register, they have no right to sell or even advertise their projects. So after registration, only the developer has the right to sell the project. And after registration, they have to file quarterly returns and disclose the status of their projects online in a very detailed fashion. In this way, it is ensured that transparency is maintained and he is held accountable to disclose the information. When there is timely disclosure and information is updated, it reduces frauds and further delays also. The other thing is pan-India standardization. All the rules and compliances are the same across India. So every state is following the same RERA compliances as well. In this way, there is symmetry of information between promoters, developers, and allottees also. It imposes responsibility on promoters and allottees for their role of actions. So before understanding the responsibilities of promoters, it is better to understand the scope of promoters, because this has been widened in RERA. Earlier to RERA, there was MOFA Act, in which promoter was a very concise definition. So promoter means a person who is developing a project to sell or who's doing the plotting and selling. Earlier in MOFA Act, plots were not included under the act. And in RERA, landowners are also considered as co-promoters. So if there is any dispute between the landowners and the developer, both are equally responsible and liable for the completion of the project. So there'll be less of problems because of that. Again, in MOFA, only the developer who's an individual, partnership firm, LLP, company, trust, or HUF were promoters. But in RERA, all public authorities who are developing the real estate sector are also called promoters. So that MHADA or any other government authority is into the development stage, they are also complied, they are also required to comply with the RERA Act. In this way, the definition of promoters is widened and RERA is again helpful. So the responsibilities of promoters is to create a website, register in RERA, as we've already discussed once. And the promoter shall not accept a sum of more than 10% of the cost of the project without first entering into a written agreement for sale in the prescribed manner. So the manner of agreement is also properly described in the Act. The promoter shall also make available sanction plans, layout plans, schedule of completion of the project, including the civic infrastructures like water, sanitization, electricity at the time of booking and issuance of the allotment letter. He is also responsible to execute the registered conveyance deed and to enable formation of association of society. The promoter is also responsible for rectification of any structural defect, if any, or any other defect in the workmanship, quality, or provision of services. And even at the time of failure to give the possession on time, he has to refund the full amount of deposit as agreed between mutual parties.
So she has rightly pointed out, prior to RERA, was there any regulation for real estate? The answer is yes. What is that regulation? The regulation without any teeth. Why? Maharashtra Ownership Flats Act 1963 was enacted in the year 1963, and 1964 onwards it got implemented. Now, as I say, it is getting implemented. What is the purpose of Maharashtra Ownership Flats Act? It was to regulate the entire real estate sector. But the problem with that MOFA was Maharashtra Ownership Flat Act. There was no regulator. There was nobody who would check what is happening, what is not happening. But it was given a wish list as to what a promoter need to do, what the allottee need to do. That's it. Beyond that, it was not there. Now the question arises, before Maharashtra Ownership Flat Act, was the flats were getting sold individually? The answer is yes. If that was getting sold, under which act it was getting sold? That means there was an act. Can anyone tell me what was the act? Before Maharashtra Ownership Flat Act, there was the transaction which was happening. Under which act it was getting, can anyone tell us? Huh? Transfer of Property Act, 1882. Now the question arises whether Transfer of Property Act and under construction property, which is getting constructed, is it a property? Yes or no? A property which is not yet completed. Let us say I got to buy a TV, but TV is getting manufactured in a factory. It is in the process of getting manufacturing. Can that TV be sold? The answer may be yes. Future contract. That means on a particular date, I'm getting manufacturing so and so, I'll do it. Maybe car, we used to do the booking. And once the car is entirely ready, maybe we used to get after 2 months, 3 months and all with the registration number. But those were advanced booking. But actually the product was getting completed. Now, as far as property is concerned, unless until it is registered, sorry, it is completed, it cannot be called as a property. Yes or no? Are you with me? So therefore, the question is, Transfer of Property Act is not sufficient. Now that means there has to be another act to supplement the transfer of property. Which is that act? Can anyone tell me? The Contract Act, 1872. So the Contract Act also was there to support, saying that now I'm entering into a contract with the prospective flat buyer that I will do so and so, so and so, so and so, so and so. I will construct and complete within so and so date. Then I will do this. I will form the society. I will convey. Now, the question, even before, all this happened somewhere in 1950, 55 onwards, this type of under construction property agreement was getting enacted. That is about 1950, 55. But prior to that, again, whether was there in anybody's mind that a multi-story building, can a particular flat be sold or cannot be sold? But the answer was, nobody knew how a property which is not complete, a property which is on the air, that means in a multi-story building, let us say there are land of 1000 square meter and around 40 flats are constructed in a 4-story building. How that can be sold? 100 square foot, 150 square foot. That was not possible because the law was not allowing it to do. What people used to do in that case, people were taking the help of one more act. Can anyone tell me? There was another act which people used to take help. Huh? MahaRashtra Cooperative Society Act or anything else? Can anyone tell me? The tenancy law. See, the people what used to do, they used to get the money from the people in the form of premium, that is called pagdi, and they used to take the money and then they used to make a tenant to the person who gives the money, and they used to call it as a tenancy. Now it is a Maharashtra Rent Control Act. Earlier there was a Tenancy Act, Bombay Tenancy Act. Now they used to take, let us say 10,000 rupees is the cost of the flat, which is the land cost and construction cost. Because I cannot individually give the flat to them, I used to make them as a permanent, perpetual tenant by charging 10 rupees, 20 rupees per month. Are you aware of this? And that is how we have more than 25 to 30,000 buildings in South Mumbai, where prior to all this, innovative idea of multi-story building having a ownership, they were doing a tenancy, but tenants were getting, exploited, and therefore they were not repairing the building. And whenever the flats are getting transferred, they have to pay 1/3 premium to the landowner. This was huge problem. But how to tackle this problem? Yes, my friend has rightly pointed out, the Maharashtra Cooperative Society Act was taken the help, and what people used to do, I want to own the land, I want to own the building, but I don't want to do on tenancy. So cooperative housing society movement started, wherein cooperative housing society started taking the, registration of a society by inviting members. They started, constructing the building by appointing a contractor and allotted the flats to various members. And that is how housing society came into effect. And capturing this idea of cooperative housing society and manipulation of the certain flat owners, or rather contractors, the government, or rather, tenants, government thought it, why not regulate this multi-story building transaction or an individual flat transaction through a regulation. That is how Maharashtra Ownership Flat Act has come into effect. But the only lacuna in that act was not having a proper regulator. And now in RERA, we have a regulator. And for addressing the disputes under MOFA, we had a Consumer Protection Act as a, curative measure, not preventive measure. So as a curative matter, if somebody thing is going wrong, I can go to the Consumer Protection Act and there or city civil code, and I can get the, relief, whatever I wanted. But now in RERA, what has happened? Preventive measure and creative measure, both are there. If whatever Bhavna has just now explained, if I have to put it in 4 points. 1, what I need to do even before selling. That means I need to get approval, I need to have the title, I need to have everything. Everything has to be in place. That is the first prior to registration. Thereafter, once I do the registration, what are the compliance I need to do? Before registration also I need to do the compliance. And after the registration also I need to do the compliance. Are you with me? The compliance in respect of both promoter, agent, as well as the allottee. Then the third stage comes that during the process or even, after the process, once the OC, everything is done, thereafter also construction defects and other things need to be looked into. So the post also there. So prior to the registration, during the registration process or completion of the project, that is various compliance, and thereafter post. That is structural defects, conveyance, society formation, after giving the position, that is there. Now, with all these 3, post, prior, and during project. Now, one more thing is there. In all this process, there can be some disputes. Now, when there are disputes, naturally, I need to go to the authority. Therefore, there is an authority set up to supervise, monitor all this, and to redress the problem. That is the 4th thing, is to redress the disputes. So all these are taken care in RERA, and that is how everybody is made accountable, responsible, time-bound manner. And the last and most important, we as a Indian or even anybody will listen to the law or obey the law only when you are penalized. If you are not penalized, then we don't agree, because we know breaking the signal does not give me any penalty. So I will break the signal every now and then. But now I know that the moment I break the signal, I have to pay 2,000. If I don't wear the helmet, I need to pay the premium. If I go in a speed, I need to pay the penalty. So the moment penalty comes, then though it is going to affect my own life, but still I will not obey unless until there is penalty. And look at the penalty which is levied here. The penalty under RERA is huge. What is the penalty, The penalty ranges from 5% of the cost of the project till 30% of the cost of the project. 30% of the cost of the project. A project benefit could be 5 to 10% maximum. But if you have to pay the penalty of 30%, so then one will be, definitely wondering. The amount of penalty which MahaRERA has put in for just advertising in the Times of India project, which is a RERA registered project, for what? For writing the name in a small letter, condition apply. So the RERA number was written in a small letter. A project of, this one at Mahalakshmi, Piramal Group. They advertise in Times of India and in the front page and written the RERA number in a small letter. And what must be the amount of penalty? Can anyone tell me? 10 lakhs. Anybody else can guess? It's 50 lakhs. 50 lakhs penalty. That is the amount which has been levied, and he paid. The next one, cooperative society in Nagpur. I'm just giving some hints so that you will understand how much important for a chartered accountant and how this opportunity is going to get evolved. A project at Nagpur developed by a society, and the society, they thought it is not required registration. And based on the, input given or the complaint made, because project was not registered within a time-bound manner, and they had already sold certain units to a housing society, cooperative society, what is the penalty levied for non-registering? Can anyone tell me? Just guess a figure. Yeah? 1 crore? Yes, anybody else? Yeah? It is 6 crores. Penalty. 6 crores. And that may not be the profit of that society. Of course, that has gone in the appeal and other things are happening. What I'm trying to bring it to the knowledge is a penalty which has ranged from 50,000, 1 lakh, 2 lakh, 5 lakh, 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs. Now one conveyance was not given, so 10 lakhs penalty. So the penalty of 50 lakhs, 1 crore is very easy thing for, MahaRERA to impose. So therefore, the compliance and this one has become very, very important. So Bhavna, go ahead.
Yeah, so like promoters has some responsibilities and the same allottees also has some responsibilities. The basic responsibilities to pay dues on time and to pay interest for delay in payments according to the agreement of sale. Responsibility to participate in the formation of association of allottees, also in execution of conveyance deed. Responsibility to pay penalty for breach of any order of competent authority as well. And RERA also gives you speedy and affordable justice. Like initially, if you have a flat, say about 1.5 CR, and now you think the builder is not giving you possession and it is stuck in the completion stage, it's still not constructed well, and then you decide to approach to the court. So minimum court fee will be around 3 lakhs and professional fees and other incidental charges are separate. But in RERA, the fees is only 5,000 rupees as per act, and the authority has to dispose of the case within 60 days. So they have to complete the case and dispose the judgment within 60 days, and they are very strict on that. So, but it is always advisable to hire a professional in RERA so that the complaint is filed properly and correctly.
Now look at, we as a chartered accountant, we know the accounting, we know the calculations, but we do not have much exposure as far as handling the complaint is concerned. No doubt, as a chartered accountant, we do represent our clients before income tax or various other statutory authority like GST and other compliances. But RERA has given us one more opportunity. Are you aware of that? When I talked about 4 pillars, prior, during and post, and for redressal, we as a chartered accountant are now permitted to appear before RERA, adjudicating officer, investigating officer for the purpose of registration, compliance, and then of course, appellate tribunal. We are now allowed to do the legal aspect also. And there are few chartered accountants. Of course, one of them is Aditya, Sumit, myself, Ashwin Shah. We are all, Amit More, who are going to, Sunil Nayak, who are all faculties, all 9 sessions. They're all appearing before RERA to, address various things. So anyhow, so therefore, one more professional opportunity which we have, not only of the registration compliance or, compliance related to quarterly updating and withdrawal of the money, monitoring the RERA desing account, and also about the documentation, other thing, and legal aspect. That is a great opportunity for a chartered accountant. Look at the pillars, which of course I will discuss later. Yeah, go ahead.
So in this way, it is ensured that the good governance in this sector is maintained.
And it is not only to the promoter, even equal responsibility cast on the intermediary. Who is the intermediary? In RERA, naturally agent. And one more, the RERA wants everything to get implemented to the professionals. So the professionals also one more intermediary who has the onus and the responsibility to get the compliance of RERA, of course, which need to be done by the promoter. So we are the again an intermediary between the authority as well as the stakeholder, that is promoters. So therefore, we as an intermediary also accountable and responsible, which we'll take later. But yes, look at the journey, how it started. Yeah.
It started in 2016 and it is applicable to whole of India, including Jammu and Kashmir. And it came into force on 1st May 2016. And sir has already said that Maharashtra was the leading state to implement RERA, MahaRERA. So Maharashtra is the leading state to implement RERA.
Now the question comes, if the RERA has been started from 1st May 2017, whether it has a retrospective effect. Can anyone tell me? MahaRERA has started from 1st May 2017. Whether it is a retrospective law. Can anyone light the law? Yes, yes or no? How many of you say yes, it's a retrospective? Only 3, 4. How many of you say no? Yes, few. Of course, others will rely on me. Okay. So it is not having a retrospective effect. If somebody has said it is a retrospective effect, why you say it is a retrospective? Okay. So therefore it is retrospective. Okay. Somebody said it is not retrospective, it is prospective. Anyone? Why you say it is prospective? Anybody? Yeah? Yeah. Very good. But RERA is not retrospective. Neither it's a prospective. Then what it is? It is retroactive. There's one more terminology, legal terminology which is used, is called retroactive. What is retroactive? Retroactive means a thing which is going to be implemented from today, but the effect of that has to travel back to the beginning of that project, that it is called retroactive. Just I will further explain with few examples. The RERA says it will be applicable from 1st May 2017. To whom? To the projects which are registered under RERA. Fine. If that has to be registered, there are terms, requirement which Sumit will take you through. But before that, the question arises, whether only a new project need to be registered? The answer is no. The RERA says, as Hadadare sir said in the beginning, there was a lot of debate, and even in the Parliament Committee, and I had an opportunity to meet, various ministers, even in the central ministry, including Housing Minister, Housing Secretary, and I had an opportunity to be represent before the Parliament Committee, where they were discussing about the draft bill, and it was referred to the select committee, where we represented. And there, in the original bill, it was not having a retroactive effect, neither it was having any project which requires to be registered, which is not having a completion certificate. The RERA says, as on 1st May 2017, if the project has got the completion certificate, then they are out of RERA. But a project where you have booked the flat prior to RERA, before 1st May 2017, but there is no completion certificate, there is no occupation certificate, the position has not been handed over, completion has not been happening, those projects need to be required with the RERA, and once it is registered with RERA, it will have a retroactive effect. That means even if you have booked the flat prior to RERA, because it is an ongoing project, all the provisions of RERA becomes applicable, and it travels back from the day the project has been sold to you, from the day the flats have been sold to you. Are you with me now? Okay, so I think this concept is now more clear to you. It has a retroactive effect, but it does not have a retrospective effect, because the project which is completed cannot be handled. Are you with me? Yeah, we'll proceed. Yeah, go ahead. So this is the journey of RERA, which started though from May 2017, but it has a retroactive effect and of course prospective. Go ahead.
So the regulatory authority of RERA discharges various functions in order to check the activities of the real estate sector, just like maintaining database on the website of the promoters, database of defaulters, and debar them from various activities in case of frauds, and not to further start another project in any other state or elsewhere. And for smooth functioning of their website and checking the compliances, if all projects are doing and completing the compliances. Register the products on the website on proper documents submitted and giving them approvals, smooth functioning of the appellate authority. These all activities and various functions are performed by RERA.
Beauty of this law. From the day one, it has gone for online. And the mandate of the law act is that within 1 year from the date of, implementation, they have to take all the activities online. So this is the beauty of the law. So digitalization has helped a great, and Maharashtra is concerned from 1st May 2017 itself is entirely online. Even today, believe me, sitting in our office, we are able to handle hearings at the adjudicating officer, at the implementation officer, at the RERA, at the appellate tribunal. Appellate tribunal also there are two judges. In RERA also we have 2 members, 2 bench and adjudicating separate. So even if there are 10-15 hearings in a day, we are able to handle it by logging in at 3-4 laptop. Sitting at one place, we are able to manage and do it. Of course, registration, everything is online. Even now the hearing is online. That is a beauty. And of course, it is most thanks to none other than COVID. COVID has taught us as to how we can, have the court hearings also online. Yeah, go ahead.
So the key components, so that is the 5 pillars of RERA. That is first, real estate project registration. We have already discussed that. Real estate agent registration. So every real estate agent who is engaged in selling of apartment in a development stage has to get themselves registered in their own capacity as an individual or LLP or proprietary concern first with RERA. And then these real estate agents get into contracts with the developers with each project separately. These contractual agreements also has to be uploaded on the portal by the developer. So all the real estate agents associated with a particular project are visible online in that particular project itself. The third one is filing of complaints. And 4th one is financial discipline. In case of defaults in the responsibilities of the promoters or allottees, penalties are levied and imposed. And this ensures that the promoters and all the stakeholders follow the financial discipline in the sector. The 5th one is citizen centricity and transparency that we have already discussed.
Yeah, tell me in entire real estate thing, if I have to look at, what is that which controls all the financial transaction? What is that which controls entire transaction or which is main thing in any business transaction? Money. As agreed. If one can control the flow of the money, because entire project has get lapsed or the allottees are not able to get a flat. The reason is the diversion of the fund, yes or no? If that diversion of the fund can be stopped in any sector, I think that is well regulated. And that is the responsibility cast on chartered accountant. It is not the responsibility cast on promoter. It is not the responsibility cast on the agent. It is not the responsibility on the authority. It is the responsibility on the chartered accountant casted by this RERA by 2 methods. The one, by allowing the promoter to withdraw the money which he has only and only invested in the project and not beyond that a single money. And that is to be ensured by chartered accountant by giving a certificate that so much money has been invested in the project by verifying the books of account, verifying the vouchers, moving to the various aspects. And you are the one who can allow the promoter to withdraw the money. And that is the responsibility cast on a chartered accountant. That is the accountability on the chartered accountant. Look at the responsibility which is given. And the sector which was never and ever having any discipline regarding the finance is now need to be controlled by highest professional in the accounting, that chartered accountant, and that is the responsibility. Just try to understand the financial discipline has to be brought in, inculcated by that chartered accountant. One chartered accountant is doing that. That need to be balanced. The maker and checker has to be different. Who is the checker? The checker is another chartered accountant who has not to have any connection of whatsoever with that promoter, and he should be an independent and autonomous chartered accountant, separate chartered accountant. And that is what the way Hadadare has said, that there are 2 chartered accountants who are made and accountable because the audit has to be carried out. Now look at the responsibility and cast on chartered accountant. The auditor who does the audit of all this withdrawal of the money, that is financial discipline, his report is going to be displayed on the website. It is available on the the website of the promoter for a public viewing. That means that chartered accountant who is going to do the audit is further accountable and responsible not only to the RERA and to the promoter, to the agent, but to the public at large. And you as an auditor, you will be further audited by that allottee who has put his life savings there. And you can be dragged under the financial discipline in due course of time if I do not discharge what has been asked me to do. I don't have to tell you about professional ethics and code, which we are all aware. So therefore, it is the responsibility which is cast on a chartered accountant. Try to understand that financial discipline, which is the fourth pillar, is basically on that. And this responsibility on us. Thank you very much. Proceed.
Now, who are the stakeholders? The stakeholders are the promoters, landowners, architect, engineer, contractor, chartered accountant, real estate agent, and the consumer. So all these stakeholders are interrelated. Everyone has their own responsibilities, rights, and RERA Act ensures that all the rights and responsibilities are taken care of.
So that means here again, three stakeholders have been well defined. One who makes it. One who makes it is the, of course, builder, developer. But if he wants to make it naturally, he gets either the land in his own name or he gets the land on the development basis. That means the landowner also in partnership with the developer, builder, sells. So that means landowner and the builder becomes one. They are called promoters. Second beneficiary in this entire real estate project is none other than the allottee. Naturally, the allottee will become a second stakeholder because ultimately the project is made for the allottees and the entire law is centric or to protect the consumers. So the consumer is a second stakeholder. The third stakeholder is the intermediary. As I said, intermediary involves one, of course, the agents who are registered. And second is about the intermediary like professionals, chartered accountant, you know, your engineer and architect. All these professionals also made and accountable under the RERA. So this is what you can see. Now other stakeholders will be there, but right now the RERA has not involved. Who are the other stakeholders? Can anyone tell me? In real estate, yes, funding agency is the one. Anybody else? Any other stakeholders in the real estate project? MHADA. MHADA is one of the authorities. Yes, competent authorities. In other words, the MHADA, MCGM, CIDCO, or SRA, the competent authority, planning authority who give the approval is another stakeholder which is left under RERA or left out under RERA. Financial institutions, another which will give the loan, mortgage and other thing. They are the another stakeholder which is left out. Can anyone tell me any other stakeholders? They are the, yes, they are the, association of the stakeholders. If a stakeholder is taken care, that means that association of stakeholders will be coming together to influence the authority. जो बोलते हैं ना trade union, bargaining power, collective bargaining. Yes, for that there is a self-regulatory organization which is getting registered, especially for the builders, but not for others. Anybody else? Buyers. Allottee means buyers. I said that. Consumer, allottee, or this. Of course, they are the main, reason for the development of the sector. Contractor. Yes, the contractor is another stakeholder. Building material supplier. There are other stakeholders. So there are many stakeholders, but RERA has now concentrated, on the allottee, on the promoter and intermediaries. Okay, go ahead.
Projects covered under RERA. So the commercial projects, including shops, offices, showrooms, godowns exceeding 500 square meters and residential apartments exceeding 8 units in all phases. Plotted developments exceeding 500 square meters. So as already highlighted all these projects which are covered under RERA. which are a project developed in phases, and each phase will require separate registration. Ongoing projects which do not have completion certificate prior to commencement of RERA Act.
Okay, just to highlight on this. What are these all? The RERA says, or any law for that matter, even under income tax, we know how many people need to, or who need to file the income tax return? The person, yeah, who exceeds or whose income exceeds certain limit. Correct? Yes or no? They are required to file the return. And others who are not required to file the returns are called as exceptions. Correct? They are, but does it mean that they are not covered under Income Tax Act?
No.
Does it mean that they are not covered under Income Tax Act? The answer is no. They are still accountable and responsible. Tomorrow, if somebody says, Hadadare sir, income is, let us say now 3 lakh rupees, and he does not file the return because it is not required to file the return. But that is one of the compliance. Registration of project is a compliance. The law says, if the project does not have the land area of more than 500 square meter, you don't require. 500 and more you require, less than that it is not required. So if you do not have the 3 lakh income, you don't file the return. But if it does some transaction of buying and selling of the, flat or property, which is, let us say, more than 50 lakhs, then TDS has to be done. That means the compliance will come. So, according to me, though the project is less than 500 square meter, less than 8 units, they may not be required to register under RERA, but they are required to comply with the provisions of RERA. This is my understanding. They are excluded from the registration and compliance required for the registration, and then compliance required to keep a separate bank account, withdrawal mechanism, hire so many professionals. That creatures has been removed, but they are still accountable and responsible under RERA. This is my understanding of the law. But unfortunately, I need to tell you that this focus has been ignored by MahaRERA. I'm not saying other states, few states are accepting it, but MahaRERA has ignored. MahaRERA has only one focus. If the project is registered under RERA, then he is accountable. Sir, there are 7 flats, 400 square meter of the land, and they are not registered under RERA. But that person is not registering my agreement. He has taken 50% of my money. The RERA requires that more than 10% requires registration. And then he has said that 3 years he will give the portion, and now more than 10 years I'm not getting portion. Then I am one of the lowest in the cadre. That means one who books in a lower flat, smaller building, because my income is less. I want to go in a smaller area, and I am the person who is getting affected. And RERA says, unless until it is registered with RERA, we will not take up. But this question of law will be definitely settled in due course of time by the Honorable Supreme Court. But today, MahaRERA is saying, if you are not registered with RERA, then it is not applicable to you. With due respect to MahaRERA, I am differing with their views and even some of the judgments. Yeah. Oh, मुझे लगता है सुमित मेरे को खा जाएगा. सुमित नेक्स्ट लेक्चर लेने वाला है, बराबर ना? वो बोलेगा प्रभु सर सब आप ही कवर करोगे तो हमको क्यों? क्या सुमित? थोड़ा कंट्रोवर्सी उनको भी आने दो ना. So Sumit is going to deal exclusively on RERA registration and the compliance required. I'm just going to touch upon certain aspects. Yeah, go ahead.
Projects which are not covered under RERA. So projects which have received commencement certificate prior to the implementation of RERA, that is 1st May 2017. Area of land proposed to be developed does not exceed 500 square meters. Number of apartment proposed to be developed does not exceed 8 numbers. Redevelopment projects where no new allottees are to be made. That means when redevelopment is in process and the developer is going to sell other apartments, But to the existing members, this RERA Act is not applicable. And renovation repair not involving marketing, advertisement, selling or allotment of any apartment, plot or building. So renovation and repair agreements are not covered under RERA. Sale of ready to occupy property in the real estate market.
Wait. Now one question arises here. In the redevelopment, what section 3 of RERA says, that is exceptions. Okay. Section 3, subsection 2, clause C says that if a project which is going for redevelopment, if there are no new allottees, if there are no new allottees, let us say my existing society has got 50 members and I'm going to construct 50 flats and I'm giving it to my own allottees, or I'm constructing 100 flats, but I'm giving to only 50 people, which each person will get 2 flats, then I'm not required to register on the RERA. Am I correct? Now I'm saying I got 50 flats existing. I'm constructing 75 flats, which means total flats are now 75. Now the question is whether all 75 people whom the new house is given should be covered under RERA or not?
Yes, it should be.
It should be covered or not? All 75 people? Unfortunate. It is unfortunate, I'm saying. The MahaRERA has implemented, or rather interpreted, saying that section 3, subsection 2, clause says that redevelopment project where new allot is to be made, if no new allot is to be made, it is not applicable RERA. In redevelopment, only for new allottees. Now they are saying what? Only for new allottees, RERA will be applicable, and for old allottees, that is 50 allottees, whom the house has to be given in exchange of old house, not covered under RERA. This is extreme. Additional area is covered, but leave that aside. But I'm surrendering my 500 square foot. I'm getting 700 square foot, and there is the new allottee. The moment the new allottee comes, I am required to register under RERA, and I'm registering under RERA, and the RERA says, no. You are no more an allottee. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Now we need to do something for this. Appellate tribunal, different views have come, and maybe matter will settle in High Court and Supreme Court. But my simple submission, how many of you agree with me? My simple submission is that if it is a redevelopment project where there are no allottees, new allottees, it requires no registration of RERA, and therefore it is not covered under RERA. Fine. But the day I have even a single new allottee, then the entire project need to be registered with RERA, and they should be made accountable and responsible. That promoter need to be made and accountable for even the existing allottees. Now, this is surprising. A matter had gone to High Court because one of the topic that is with me is, or rather in our lecture, is about the landmark judgments. So one of the judgment, I'm forgetting the citation. One of the judgment, or rather controversy, went up to High Court. What was the controversy? The controversy, sir, the existing landowner is getting 10 flats as against the land cost. Now, these 10 flats were not delivered by the promoter. Now the question is whether that 10 allottee, rather 10 flats, the allottees are the landowner, whether they are covered under RERA or not, whether they are getting a protection under RERA or not, yes or no? According to MahaRERA, no, because they are the landowner and they are the promoter and they are getting, but High Court in that judgment has categorically said the consideration. It is a project where there are 50 units, out of which 10 units are given to the landowner for what? Against the land consideration. The consideration can be in cash or kind. or even in the form of service. Tomorrow, if a chartered accountant is giving a service and getting a flat in return, I have delivered my consideration, and consideration can be in cash or kind or in service, and therefore the High Court has held that they are allottees. Till the flat was allotted, they were the landowner. The day flats are allotted and it is registered with RERA, they are the allottees. Do you agree with me? If you don't agree, you need to agree with the High Court. And if you raise the hand, you will face contempt of that High Court order. So the thing is, but MahaRERA does not listen. I'm not here to criticize MahaRERA. I'm here just to say that this need to be, RERA need to think beyond, and certain judgment which has passed by the Honorable High Court, one need to look at, and then even if the landowner is getting the flat in exchange and the redevelopment, I'm also getting in exchange. I am surrendered my old flat and I'm getting a new flat. The consideration that I have given for a new flat is my old flat. Yes or no? Therefore, one may take the help of that judgment, and if need to, arises, definitely one need to fight on this. This is what I need to say. Yeah. Naturally, he is also covered under RERA.
Yeah, because many of the landowners, they don't keep the flat, they sell the flat to the allotee.
That's correct. The subsequent resale also, they are covered under RERA. But unfortunately, if the landowner is not covered, naturally they will say resale is also not covered. You have taken. But again, that analogy, I don't agree, because landowner is a promoter. If the landowner has sold, he has to open a separate account, keep it, and then naturally he is covered under RERA. Subsequent buyer will be definitely covered, but whether the landowner for the flats allotted to him can be considered as a allottee, whether the existing flat owners who are getting the flats in exchange of their old flat can be considered as allottee, my humble submission is yes. Yes, sir. Jara mic de do unko. Jaldi, jaldi. Yeah. We need to rush. Many things to discuss.
Sir, there is a cooperative housing society which is formed, and then they have purchased one NA plot, and then they have passed their plan, and units are allotted to their shareholder.
Correct.
Their members.
Yeah.
What is the position of RERA? Whether RERA is applicable or not?
100%. That is what I said. 6 crore penalty was levied to a housing society where they did not register, saying that I am taking money from my own allottee and I am taking from my own member, and therefore we are covered under Maharashtra Cooperative Society Act. Why RERA should come in? RERA is a central act where it is the purpose is to regulate the industry transaction between the allottee and the promoter. Here the promoter is a housing society, allottee is their members. So they are covered under RERA.
Okay.
100%.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Of course, I'm encroaching यार. Housing society वाले को यही आदत है. जितना encroachment कर सकते हैं करो. No, they are not, as on today. That's what I'm saying. They are not covered and protected under RERA. Yeah, go ahead, madam. Yeah, few minutes. You are, yeah, please.
Supplement whatever you have said. There are two lacunae as I feel in the RERA Act. One is area of the plot, 500 square feet area. Now, up to 500 square feet, there is an exemption. No registration is required if the units are less than 8 or if the area of the plot is less than 500 square meter. Now here in Mumbai, there are many buildings. The plot area is less than 500, but the number of apartments are more than 80. More than 80. We have seen such buildings. There are, but those buildings are not registered. Here the FSI is the main problem. In Mumbai for redevelopment, FSI in the city for a 4-story buildings, for a 4-story building, it could be a 40-story redeveloped building. So 4-story becomes 40-story with a FSI of 10. In the redevelopment of the island city, the FSI is very high. So if there are 20 flats, then the number of flats becomes 80 for redevelopment itself. But they get exemption because the plot area is less. Of course, Government of India, when this law was under preparation at the central level, two things probably they have not appreciated. One is FSI concept. In Mumbai, FSI is very high. especially redevelopment FSI is very high. And another thing is redevelopment. Redevelopment portion is not registered because the act is for buyers. And the redevelopment, buyers portion is registered. But the portion of the people who are actually staying since beginning, their portion is not required to be registered. But this thing was not appreciated at government of India level because most of the redevelopment is in Bombay compared to other parts of the country. So in the maybe days to come, years to come, both the things will be.
Madam, go ahead.
So RERA in a nutshell, it starts from section 1 to 92. So all these chapters will be covered in all the 9 sessions and 3-day workshop.
No, you know, 1 and 2 is normally preliminary. What is the name of the act, when it came into effect, and definitions. Around 42 definitions have been given. I think this is one of the biggest, rather number of definitions are many. In other act, if you see specific relief act, hardly 4 definitions. So of course, in income tax, we may have many definitions, but here we have 42 definitions, and each word they have tried to define from the name allottee, advertisement, building, and project, real estate project, promoter, see, so many things, authority, real estate appellate tribunal, adjudicating officers, every word which is used are being, defined over here. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
And then the salient features of the act: to establish a regulator, have a
Then
accreditation.
just go back. Just 1 minute. Yeah. Go back. So this is of chapter 1. Second is about registration of a project and the agent. 3 to 10, all the compliance. Third is about the functions and duties of promoter, which we just discussed, 11 to 18. Right and duties of the allottee, section 19. There are subsection 6. Then we have real estate regulatory authority, 20 to 40. You need not much bother on that. You need not bother on the Central Advisory Council, how it will be done and what are their functions. Then of course, real estate appellate tribunal, 43 to 58. That means section 20 to 58, you need not study at all. They're all functions, internal functions. So much to know. You need to study, in fact, up to section 19. If you are able to read from section 1 to 19, I think you are covered RERA. Next. Offenses penalty 59 to 72, it is 5% to 30% of the penalty, which I just discussed. Finance accounts audit is about the RERA office. So we have nothing to do with it. How they should do, what they should do. And miscellaneous, of course, certain small saving clause. Yeah.
And salient features of the act are: to establish a regulator, have a accreditation, mandatory public disclosure norms, obligations of promoters, obligations of allottee, to act as a nodal agency, powers to make act, rules, regulation, directions, etc., to have a dispute resolution mechanism and penal provision. Ancillary acts which
Now
are...
the question arises, if the RERA is there any other law which is applicable? The answer is yes. All existing law will continue to apply. Section 88 of the RERA says all existing law will continue. What are those existing law? I was just discussing. It starts with that, just to give Transfer of Property Act, maybe Contract Act, Income Tax Act, every law which is applicable to an individual or any company will be applicable, and it will continue to apply. Only thing, for the construction, completion, and handing over, that RERA is applicable. Only to that limited extent. Yeah. All existing law will continue. Yeah, go ahead.
That is Transfer of Property Act 1882, Registration Act 1908, Maharashtra Stamp Act 1958, MCS Act 1960, Income Tax Act 1961, Maharashtra Ownership Flat Act 1960.
Now you may say why all this is being discussed, because if you want to practice in RERA, the relevant portion of the other laws which is affecting the real estate project, one has to look into and one needs to understand them. Because if you want to represent, in the MahaRERA or anywhere, you need to know all this ancillary act also.
And the list doesn't end. It is ULC, Consumer Protection Act, Development Control Rules, Land Revenue Code, and some bylaws. Some of the recent judgments and other professional opportunities will be more elaborated by sir.
Okay, thank you. I think now you need to tell me, because she has passed the exam or she has failed the exam. Yes or no? She has passed? If
Thank
she has
you so
passed, give her a
much.
round of applause.
Thank you.
Because when she heard that, I think yesterday full night she did not sleep. And believe me, yesterday night at 11:30, she calls me and messages me, sir, I'm really, nervous. 200 registration. I don't know. And I'm delivering the lecture for the first time. And though she has prepared well, so more than me, they are
It was
complimenting
all
me.
his support and his, yeah.
Good. Yeah.
I welcome CA Preeti Sawla Madam, Central Council member on the dais.
Yeah.
Now coming to the part of vote of thanks.
No, I have another 5-10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then you have not heard her. Sir, you started at
Fine, fine.
started at 15 minutes late.
No problem. Carry on.
Huh. Am I correct? We started 15 minutes late. Half an hour late. So मुझे half an hour. Yeah, just put the slide ना. मेरा PPT है देखो. I will try to cover it as quickly as possible. There is PPT. मेरा PPT. I'll try to cover as quickly as possible. No doubt my presentation of this takes minimum 3 hours. But then my job has been made easy by Bhavna. So I'll quickly go through. Then Preeti madam will definitely say a few words. Not this. One minute. मैंने आज नहीं चेंज फॉर्म नहीं वो भी नहीं हाँ मैंने भेजा देख in the email. हाँ this is the one. Yeah, we are through. Yeah. ULC, Urban Land Ceiling Act. That is Urban Land Ceiling Act. More than 500 square meter land, if you had, the government used to take over and then give it for affordable housing. And that is how MHADA colonies have been set up, where Hadadare had played a major role. Now ULC is abolished. So don't worry about that. That can be done. You meet me separately. You can't take everything in. ULC is a separate subject. They are intelligent. Chartered accountants are intelligent. So let me take you. Status of implementation, overview of RERA, allied laws, constitutional validity, and various things. These are my agenda for the day, next 15 minutes. Okay, complaints of unregistered project, display of plans, interest refund. We know the real estate has gone through a hard time because of all this. That is RERA, IBC, GST, a lot of finance act changes, NBFC crisis, liquidity crisis, and worst is COVID. Now RERA, the beauty is regulator, appellate tribunal, competent authority. These are all the various authorities who are there to monitor the project. As we said, the object is to regulate the sector and develop the sector. Transparency and protecting the consumer. Functions of RERA, if I need to say, yes, it's an administrative, it's a judicial, it's an advisory, it's an executive and regulatory. What it means? It means if the RERA order is passed and it is not implemented, it can execute, including putting the people behind the bar. All the civil code provisions are available with RERA. Judicial, that is what it is, judicial. And then advisory, they can advise. Today, MahaRERA has passed an order saying that after 65 builders, you may be knowing in Kalyan Dombivli, which Murtuza sir said in the opening remark, 65 builders were put behind the bar. What for? The reason being, they registered the project with their bogus documents and they sold the flats. And because of that, all 65 developers were put behind the bar. ED is after them. And thereafter they advised, MahaRERA has already advised Maharashtra government saying that now all competent authorities should come out with a digital platform to get the plans approved so that bogus things will not happen. And integration of competent authorities website with the RERA is in pipeline and regulatory various things. This she has already discussed. Registration of a project. Sumit, you need to take care of this slide. These are the various documents required. Registration, when it is to be done, how it is to be done. If the project lapses, look at the beauty of the law. If the project gets lapsed, the project will be taken over by the authority. What do you mean by project getting lapsed? Project getting lapsed means a project, a timeline which is given by the promoter that he will complete the project within a period of 3 years. He has to complete within a period of 3 years. And if it is not done within 3 years, the RERA will step in, the RERA can take over the project and the promoter can be out. And the project can be handed over to the allottees, whoever is there, and the project can be completed. The level of RERA is not only to give the registration, and if the project is not completed, take over the project, and the obligation of the authority is to get the project completed and provide the house to the allottee. Look at the way this has been designed. And that is what it says. Consequence of revocation or lapse. If that 65 developers who did their registration also got lapsed, and the promoter getting the project completed, all this becomes on the RERA. These are some of the obligations where there's a separate chapter which Sunil Naik will take. So I'm not going to touch upon all this. Section 3 to section 18. Now, this is the latest update up to October 2022, where we had across India around 94,748 projects registered, out of which nearly 40,000 projects are Maharashtra. Complaints, real estate, 40,000 is Maharashtra. We have 1 lakh complaints, out of which 20,000 complaints are Maharashtra. Look at the number of complaints in UP more. But in Maharashtra, UP 10,000 projects registered, complaints are 1 lakh. Whereas, about 50 to 60,000 complaints. Whereas in Maharashtra, projects registered is 40,000, agents 40,000, complaints are hardly 20,000. Yeah. You had some question? Yeah. Yeah. Now the question is whether the registration date, the completion date is 3 years. Can I ask for the extension? Answer is yes. 1 more year extension can be given. And thereafter it comes whether even after 1 year, if it is not done, can I further ask for the extension? There are certain terms and conditions which is given under section 7, subsection 3. Yes, it can be done. But if the allottees do not give the permission, that may not be done. Now, important for you and me. What is important? The RERA gives us 4 pillars of professional opportunity. What are those 4 pillars? That is, I call it as 4C. What are those 4C? The first C is consultancy. When I talk about consultancy, it starts with creating an awareness, informing the customer, getting the project registered, give them the consulting on the various compliances involved in RERA, including giving them a, some information that if the project is not completed in the timeline manner, then you will have a threat from the authority, allottees, and other things. So this is a consultancy, and consultancy relates to registration of a project, extension, revival, and then the compliance related to that. The second C is compliance. Consultancy and the compliance. There are 18 sections where the promoter need to comply certain things, and if that compliance need to be done by a professional, he cannot get it done, and the best professional is a chartered accountant, because we understand the business law, we understand the various financial aspects. The third C is, of course, before going to the drafting, also is one of the vetting of the documents as per RERA. This is another compliance. Then chartered accountant certification. That is again another compliance. Certification for withdrawal of the money from the RERA distinct account, 70% of the money which is put in RERA account. Then withdrawing from that, you cannot withdraw unless until chartered accountant gives a certificate along with architect and engineer certificate. The chartered accountant yearly audit of all these 3 forms and the books of account, and then give the certificate which will be uploaded on the RERA website. And that is another compliance. The next compliance is that I call it as complaint redressal. The next professional opportunity, consultancy, compliance, and complaint redressal. Now, the complaint redressal section 56 says RERA that you can not only appear before RERA, adjudicating officer or technical officers, and then appear before appellate tribunal. And this is how this works. Now, of course, retainership for various this compliance, consultancy, various things, consulting on management of the funds, because this is very important, and fund flow, various things, and getting the fund, other services related to this. And therefore, I call it as a complex subject. The last one is complex and comprehensive. The entire comprehensive direct, indirect taxes, drafting, stamp duty, registration, all related to, including IBC, all that can be guided by a chartered accountant well, and these are all connected to the commercial subject. And that is how the next is comprehensive consultants. So this is how the RERA can be looked into, and these are all opportunities available to us. And I think it is a great opportunity. One need to explore. Therefore, MahaRERA, Law and Practice, 1,700 pages, 100 contributors. And if you really want to study that, that is out of stock. Let me tell you, more than 5,000 books were printed by WRC. And today, not even one stock is there. Even I do not have a stock in my office. So this has gone as a hot cake. And now we are coming out with the second edition. That's such a wonderful book. Not that I am the editor of that, but it's really 2 years efforts has gone by the professionals, 100 professionals. So this is the RERA. It's a great professional opportunity. Don't miss the things. Then comes penalties. As I said, if you don't register under section 59(1), within the time bound, 10% penalty. Then if you contravene and after the act, order is given, still if you don't comply, another 10% penalty. And the next is, after giving the, penalty of 10% for not complying, and still you don't comply, then you can be imprisoned. And if you are imprisoned and to come out from the prison, pay another 10%. So this way, the compounding penalty is there in RERA, and I don't want to get into other. If you give false information, 5%, up to the 5% of the penalty. And if you don't obey the order, yes, penalties are levied. And now some of the landmark judgments. Quickly. The developers are not the people, as our chairman, Murtuza Kachwala, said in the beginning. They find so many loopholes and they create so many challenges. And one of the challenges which was created to central government, state government, and RERA is 40 developers went to different high courts of India. एक high court RERA को set aside करेगा, दूसरा confirm करेगा. Then we can buy the time of, let us say, in next 10 years, 20 years, RERA को हम cold storage में डाल देंगे. That was the intention of the promoters lobby, and they went to different high courts, 40 petitions in different high courts of India. Now you know central government, how proactive they are. They went to Supreme Court. They said, let all the petition be pulled in the Supreme Court. Why High Court should decide, then Supreme Court should decide. Bring it to the High Court, Supreme Court. And that is how the petition was moved. And then matter was transferred to Bombay High Court. And that is how the transfer petition came to Bombay High Court. Supreme Court said, okay, let the RERA decide the matter within 2 months. Supreme Court gave the order to the Bombay High Court, said all the petitions can be heard by this Bombay High Court, and they have to dispose of within 2 months. Believe me, 15 days, day-to-day basis hearing took place, and then 330-page judgment on a constitutional validity has been there. You go through the website, you Google it, you'll get it. And there Bombay High Court said all the petitions they need to hear, and decide within 2 months. And this is the name of the judgment is Neil Kamal Realtor. That is a lead judge, petitioner. All other petitioners joined along with that. Union of India decided on 6th December 2017, and it was transferred somewhere in September 2017. By December, they came out with the judgment of 330 pages by conducting the hearing on day-to-day basis. Look at the seriousness in which judiciary has worked for RERA. Because RERA, the judiciary, High Court, Supreme Court has understood that the promoters are taking the allottees for a ride. And what they said, it does not come into the constitutional review. The reason is they are saying how the money can be controlled, how chartered accountant can control my money, how a professional can control my money, how the RERA can take over my project. High Court said nothing doing. If you don't perform what you have been asked to perform by the law, then you have to bear the consequences. They came to the extent saying that why an ongoing project should come here, it should be prospective. The High Court said nothing doing. Neither it is a retrospective nor it is prospective, but it is retroactive, where you did not perform your duty within the time-bound manner, and now the new law has come in, so you need to be put into the new clause or new act, and then you need to be made accountable and responsible. Otherwise, lakhs of projects which are ongoing will be out, and they will be nowhere. And that is not the purpose of the parliament, and parliament can pass this law. And that is how the projects which did not complete even 2014-15, they came in this, and they were liable to pay the interest for the delayed position even prior to the RERA got implemented. That was the various things. All the provisions of RERA is constitutionally valid. And they said under section 6, within a period of 1 year, extension can be given. They said RERA can decide to give further extension. That's the only relaxation which has been given. And now, Supreme Court, recently, if you have read in the newspaper, the way Supreme Court is acting on RERA, they said there has to be uniform agreement across India. The RERA, though it is a central act, getting implemented to the state government, and therefore state governments were making different acts. And therefore, now the RERA has come out, the Supreme Court has constituted a person or a committee. Across India, various RERA's agreements have been called, and which is the agreement, standard agreement, where they have diluted, and which is contrary to the RERA. And that is how Supreme Court has now appointed a amicus curiae, who has now designed that the agreement will have a two-part, part A and part B. Part A will be the compulsory part, which will have all the provisions of RERA, and part B can be only some changes in the respective state. And this is how the Supreme Court is getting into, and they have said now there will be one agreement across India. And then, of course, West Bengal, we have Mamata Banerjee. Who is she? She is the Chief Minister of West Bengal. But what is her relation with the central government? Go against. Whatever you do, you have to go against. And that is her mandate. And she said, nothing doing. RERA is not at all I'm going to accept. It is a central law. It is a part of the concurrent subject. I am going with my law. My way or highway. And she came with her own law. Matter went to Supreme Court. Look at the way Supreme Court. That is the, Supreme Court said, Forum of People's Collective Efforts versus State of West Bengal. Supreme Court said, once there is a parliament, the law passed by the central government, the state government cannot disobey it. And whatever the law made by the West Bengal related to Housing Regulation and Development Act, they call it the Housing Industry Regulation and Development Act, and everything was set aside. Rules were set aside. Earlier law was set aside, and they said you implement. And when they did not implement, the matter went to Supreme Court. Now they have implemented. So this is how it is. Supreme Court, another landmark judgment. The new law comes in, our legal fraternity. Any advocates are here? Without giving any, things to you, because Ajay Mehta, in one of the hearing, Ajay Mehta is the latest recent chairman. In one of the RERA hearing, he said, I know Newton's theory, the attraction, and everybody has to agree. But legal profession is such, कितना भी कोई भी जजमेंट सुप्रीम कोर्ट हाई कोर्ट कुछ भी करने दो, लॉ होने दो, it is crystal clear, but they create so much confusion, and without nothing they create all the disputes and put things in a different shape. And therefore what I'm saying is the matter of RERA implementation, those high court gave the judgment of 330 page, each of clause was discussed, 92 sections were discussed thread where, and everything was, challenged, but everything was held constitutionally valid. Still, promoters do take every, subject up to Supreme Court. One of my allottees, not my 10 to 12 allottees of my case of Bombay dying, where each flat is costing about 10 crores. Okay, Bombay dying. I'm telling the name because it has gone to the Supreme Court, reported many times in the newspaper. And it is at Wadala. 10 crores is the cost of the project, or rather flat, and 2 crores people have paid, and 8 crores was supposed to be paid at the time of possession. And during this period, last 10 years, he changed the plan multiple times, and he deteriorated the quality, and whatever was agreed in the brochure and agreed and done, everything is changed. There were 2 different complexes, 2 different swimming pool, 2 different clubhouse, everything. But later on, he clubbed everything, low quality, material. Naturally, people will challenge it. When it went to MahaRERA, MahaRERA said nothing doing. It is prior to RERA. 10 years back you are done. You have now project is completed. OC has come, and how can you don't take? Matter went to appellate tribunal. They decided. They said nothing doing. Once you have agreed, it's an ongoing project. Though there is no agreement, but brochure says that you have to do this many amenities which you are not given. So the RERA said no. Appellate tribunal said nothing doing. You have to deliver and pay the money along with interest, because they want to exit the project, though they have paid 2 crores. Now the Bombay Dyeing said no, it is because now the value of the flat has come down. The answer is yes. From 10 crore flat, when it was completed, it was selling at 7 crore. Reason? Dump in the real estate market, dump everything. Now they said, the allottees came to me, sir, abhi mujhe फ्लैट 7 करोड़ में मिल रहा है, 2 करोड़ में भूल जाऊंगा, यदि मुझे फ्लैट चाहिए तो मैं 7 करोड़ में लूंगा, फिर भी मेरा 1 करोड़ का बेनिफिट है. सो यू लड़ो. हमने लड़ा. So we went to the matter of compromise, saying that now it is selling you 7 crore, take 2 crores outstanding and take 5 crore and give us a house. We are ready for a settlement. They did not agree. Appellate tribunal said 2 crores plus interest of 2 crores, 4 crore return. Now, because of that, now I have to pay only 3 crore to get a flat, if at all. So then matter they took to High Court. Then they took it to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said nothing doing. Similarly, this matter of UP, which took new tech promoters, the matter on 11th November 2021 decided there are 5 issues which were there. Retroactive applicable of RERA, which I just discussed. Supreme Court also confirmed. Yes, a project which does not have a completion certificate required to be registered under RERA. Secondly, jurisdiction of authority, adjudicating officer and RERA. There are 2 authorities. What are their role and responsibility was a little confused. Then the Supreme Court decided that yes, only related to compensation, adjudicating officer can decide. All other thing has to be decided by the authority. Provision to section 43.5. Look at section 43.5. If the promoter wants to file an appeal, section 43.5 says, if a promoter wants to file an appeal, he has to pay 100% of the money awarded along with the interest, whatever is awarded, to the appellate tribunal. Thereafter, appeal will be admitted. But if the appeal has to be filed by the
पावर ट्रिप हो गया भाई. एक मिनट ब्रेक कर देने दो. एक मिनट
allotee has to pay, go in the appeal, challenging the order of RERA, even if they have levied a penalty of 10 crores on the allotee, the RERA order says he has to pay 5 crores to the promoter because of the delayed payment and all. Still, he need not pay single money and get the appeal admitted. Whereas promoter is awarded to pay 2 crores plus interest of another 2 crore, 4 crore, then 100% of that money, 4 crore, he has to deposit in the RERA, appellate tribunal, then only the appeal will be admitted. Is it fair law? Yes or no? No, that is very much. No problem. I'll come to it. So, how many of you agree with this? Naturally, the promoter does not agree. He says it is discriminatory. It is not same because both are part of the RERA. Therefore, Supreme Court said and passed an order. There cannot be equality between the unequals. Who are unequals? Promoter is cannot be compared with the allotee. Allotee is one small guy. And promoter is the one who is taking money from all the allottees and taking a lead. There cannot be equality between the employer and employee. Therefore, the labor code is always taking the favor of employees. So therefore, I'm saying, band kar do. Anyhow, coming to the last, let me tell you, New Tech is one of the finest judgment one need to look into. And there are n number of judgment which I have listed in my, this one. All this will be shared with you, each one of the participants. And you can go to the, MahaRERA website or appellate tribunal website. All these judgments, citations are available. You will definitely get. And High Court, Supreme Courts have passed n number of judgments. I'm not going to spend time on that. But if at all you are interested and you want to practice, the judgments will give you a lot of, clarity. It gives you clarity about each of the provisions. And section 92, nearly 150 judgments must have been already passed. And the synopses are available in that MahaRERA, manual, which will be definitely published shortly. I request you to register your name. Those who are interested in contributing that manual, which will be published by the WRC very shortly. If you are interested in contributing, please do register your name with the with Mr. CA Amish, and give your name. The way we have introduced about 3 faculties in this course, we'll also introduce you into there. You don't have to speak. There need not be stage fear. You can sit at home and contribute. Even in the night, you can work if you are working on daytime and contribute, learn, and this will be a great opportunity for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Preeti ma'am, just come to your desk.
Good evening, friends. Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, the chairman, WIRC, Murtuza Kachwala, treasurer, CF Piyush Chandak, seniors and all dear friends, very good evening to all of you and happy to see all of you learning this RERA. And friends, I know nowadays in Mumbai specifically, lot of buildings are going into redevelopment. So even not as a practice, but to understand what is a RERA and what are the nitty-gritties for redevelopment, what builders, the developers, the contractors are doing. It is very important to understand this subject. And my real compliments to WIRC and Amish Sangoi, the coordinator, who has very well structured and coordinating this RERA program. So the compliments Amish bhai and entire team for doing this coordinating and conducting this wonderful program. And of course, to the chairman WIRC, round the clock, he's doing a lot of activities the entire year. And tomorrow he will be taking the position as a immediate past chairman. So last day of entire year. Friends, as regards to, since I was there since last years in the region, and now since 1 year in the Central Council, in last 10 years journey, and even prior to that at branch and study circles, what I have seen and observed that lot of calls are coming from members that they are not getting the institute, some of the things are required. Sometimes membership fees are not able to pay, not able to connect, and कभी भी phone उठाते हैं तो कोई phone नहीं लेता है, और पता नहीं कैसे करना है, आते हैं ना issues, yes or no? So, and lot of calls used to come, and because of that, I thought it is a member of the institute. ICI is a members of the institute member, and this is the institute of the members and students, and there has to be the proper linkage between the students, members and ICAI, and the connect has to be very free flow. कभी भी कुछ काम है, phone उठा के ये कैसे करना है, the response has to be there. And for that, I requested our Honorable President, sir, last year, in the beginning of the year, as soon as I taken up as a Central Council member, why don't we have a proper call connecting to the members and the students? And accordingly, we have started ICAI call Sahayata. How many of you are aware about it? About ICAI call Sahayata? Because अभी तक अपने को कुछ काम नहीं पड़ा है. Now everything is online, but whenever we stuck up, then where we should connect? So it is ICAI call Sahayata. Friends, we have done more than 100 meetings for this ICAI call Sahayata. We have compiled more than 1100 questions जो regular में issues आते हैं members को, वो हमने compile किए हैं. And this call Sahayata, now daily how many calls we are getting? Can you imagine daily how many calls ICAI call Sahayata? More than 4,000 calls we are taking, and more than 1 lakh calls ICAI call Sahayata has answered successfully and resolved the issues of the members and students. The number is 99975 99975. We have done more than 100 meetings. Daily morning 10 o'clock, we used to meet for ICAI call Sahayata, and these are the efforts what we are taking at the institute. Friends, another thing I would tell you, it's all about, how we are, how I can say, see the role at the region was, organizing the programs for the members so that they are upgrading the knowledge, because the region, the study circle, the branch is a POU, that is program organizing unit. But at the Central Council, the role is different. We are interacting with the regulators. So I have received the committee Sustainability Reporting Standard Board. So I was not knowing what is sustainability, as we all. But when we go into that, lot of things are there, like RERA or cooperative, lot of opportunities are there, like that in sustainability and ESG, lot of opportunities are there. We interact with SEBI regularly, and SEBI BRSR report is there. Now that BRSR report anyone can do. The Institute of Social Auditors of India, the social audit concept which has been started, and we have represented to the SEBI that it has to come to the chartered accountants, and that is why only Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is the sole regulatory authority for the social auditors, and no one else. And this is the opportunity in non-financial sector which has been brought by us. And specifically, I have worked a lot for that, so that this opportunity also comes to the members of the institute. And this is what the representation of institute to the regulators, so that our members can enjoy the benefits in various things. So you can always give the exam which is conducted by NISM on the social audit. Today only I have qualified the exam, and again the NGOs and the charitable trust which will be listed on the social stock exchange has to do compulsorily the social audit. The trust, the section 135 of Companies Act, which is the compulsory mandatory CSR. expenses, audit of this CSR should be done by the social auditors. And who will do this audit, social audit? The person, the member who is qualified the exam of social audit. So huge opportunity in that also. Upcoming next 5 years is all about sustainability, ESG. One can go through that. If you find any difficulty, now I have been given the charge of chairmanship of Sustainability Reporting Standard Board on ESG, sustainability, social stock exchange. Please feel free to connect at any point of time. Thank you very much for patient hearing, and I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti Madam, for sharing the ICI call center Sahayata and ECA. Now coming to the vote of thanks, Hadadare, some 1 or 2 points you can, if you want to discuss or say.
I just want to say a few words. In last 2.5 hours, we are listening to Prabhu sir, and he's really university on RERA, and everybody keeps learning from him. I really appreciate him, and his colleague Bhavna also made a very good presentation in a short learning, and this 2.5 hours learning of RERA is the beginning. And during this refresher course, I hope you know much more about RERA, and I give blessings for that. Thank you.
Finally, the vote of thanks in the session is like we are learning, relearning, unlearning. So thank you, Prabhu sir, for taking the initiative. And with our whole team, the 3 days of the workshop will be successful and the members will get enrichment. So I request all the members to give a round of applause to the Prabhu sir. Second, coming to Bhavna madam, she had also done a lot of hard work since last 15 days. And majority, she had only coordinated with all the speakers and everything. So also I request all of you to give the vote of thanks to Bhavna madam. Finally, Central Council member Preeti Savla ma'am for the taking the charge of our sustainability report. Also request everyone to give a vote of thanks. We break for 15 minutes and we will assemble here. Both the speakers are there. Thank you.
So let us start with the second session, and the topic of the session is requirements of registration of projects under RERA, provisions of RERA, projects that require registration and exemption, process of registration under RERA, critical aspects to be considered, and so on. And it will be taken by CA Sumit Kakure. He's a fellow CA member, and he has completed his BCom from Mumbai University with distinction, and he's an FCA. He provides end-to-end RERA registration, compliance, litigation, and consultancy solutions. More than 150 RERA project registrations he has done so far in Mumbai and in Pune. He has representation and appearance at Maharashtra Real Estate Regulatory Authority and Maharashtra Real Estate Appellate Tribunal, providing consultancy and regular compliance solutions to more than 100 real estate projects across Mumbai and Pune. Works as a faculty at RERA seminars conducted by various forums, including Institute of Chartered Accountants. Appointed as convener of the study group of RERA, formed by WIRC of ICI for the year 2021-22. He's a part of the core group member of the Bar Association MahaRERA. Bar Association MahaRERA is an association which consists of advocates, chartered accountants, and other professionals who regularly practice at MahaRERA. He has been a part of the group formed by ICI for writing book on RERA. Book got published by Taxman under title Maharashtra RERA Law and Practice. Contributed chapters on registration of real estate project, update of real estate project, extension of real estate project for and registration of real estate agents. And we have another faculty today for the session, CA Aditya Nandya, and his part of the topic is CA certificates under RERA, financial management under RERA, provisions under RERA and projects that mandates financial management, maintenance of records, detailed calculation or withdrawal of funds from project designated bank account, opening operation of project specific designated bank account, issue of certificates in Form 3 and the precautions to be taken. He's a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants. He's done his BCom from Mumbai University. He's also DISA certified. He has been CA in practice since 7 years. He is currently partner in Zande and Company and AKORD and Company Chartered Accountants. He specializes in the area of RERA advisory and compliances, bank audits, stock audits, tax audit, and GST for RERA estate sector. Project accounting assurance and advisory services, outsource accounting and corporate law services. He has significant experience supporting companies with complex accounting matters under various financial reporting frameworks, including IGAAP, and advising on wide range of corporate tax issues. Ever since qualifying, he has been largely interested in information technology and accordingly specializes in IT solutions, which vary from system implementation to review developing customized solutions for the clients. He has handled litigation matters before VAT authority, anti-evasion authorities in service tax, and before MahaRERA authority for major real estate group engaged in SRA and affordable housing sector. He had raised concerns of chartered accountants issuing Form 5 during pandemic through representation to MahaRERA. We also have a supporting faculty, CA Bhavesh Nagra. He has 20 years of experience in, he has worked in industry for 20 years with Adore Welding Limited, Crompton Greaves Limited, SP Fab, Chapoji Palonji Limited, Everest Kanto Cylinder Limited, Uptown Limited, and Glassworld Systems of India. He's been a professional industry. He's the proprietor of DR Nagra and company for last 6 years. His experience on RERA from date of inception and handling more than 50 projects. So without wasting much of time, let us start with the second session, and I request Sumit sir to initiate. Before that, let us give the memento to the speakers.
एक ही साथ दोनों स्पीकर दे रहे हैं, वो तीन जने एक साथ में 3 जने।
We can extend up to 8:30 because if no problem then.
कैमरा बंद कर दे रहा
So that speakers, actually the sessions all are just technical. So speakers also will require a space. So if members all are ready, then we can go up to 8:30, 8:45. No problem, no? Because if they run in hurry, again, it will be our loss only. So, okay, thank you.
आनंद उसको बॉर्डर पे वो आया देखो काफी खोल दिया।
Warm good evening to everyone and dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, and my professional colleagues over here. First of all, I'm thankful to the office bearer of WIRC and of course Ramesh Prabhu sir for placing me with this opportunity of knowledge sharing with all of you. So
So topic is with technical of course, and that concern that we are going to look after three aspects. First is about registration of the real estate project. Second is updates of the real estate project, and third is extension of the real estate project. Some of the things have already been covered in the earlier sessions in the like requirements for the registration. We all now this was covered in the first session, chapter 2, which pertains to the registration of the real estate project and registration of the real estate agent. This is a brief idea of the chapter 2 of the RERA Act. Section 3 to section 8 are concerned about registration, extensions and revocation of the real estate project. So quickly going through this liable to register, we just saw this, the projects whose plot area, plot size is less than 500 square meters and the number of apartments less than 8. So that is the criteria. Again, I've also made it clear that any satisfaction of any one of the conditions shall make the eligible, the project eligible for the exemption. There is a judgment of the Maharashtra Registered Appellate Tribunal in the matter of in which Maharashtra Appellate Tribunal made it very clear that the conjecture which separates these two conditions is or therefore satisfaction of any one of the conditions shall make the project eligible for the exemption from the real estate from the RERA. Again, the appropriate government has been given rights to reduce this threshold. The exceptions also we have seen. So rather than as we have less time, I just run forward. Now, important things about register. Why to register? So again, even if the projects are exempted as far as the practical operation of the project is concerned, then there are two hindrances. First is from banks and financial institutions. If your project is not registered and your customer goes to the bank for the housing loan, then it's probably the bank will not give him the housing loan. The second thing is sub-register of assurances. When you go to the sub-register of assurances for registration and execution of the agreement to sell, sub-register of assurances will either ask for valid RERA registration certificate or the occupancy certificate issued by the competent authority. So you have to present any of these two documents in order to get your document registered. So these are the two main issues where main problems where projects that are not registered with RERA registration issues. Now, eligibility for the registration. When the project can be registered with RERA? So the project is eligible to be registered with RERA once the project gets commencement certificate from the competent authority. So certificate that enables the promoter to start the work. So even if it is fling CC, zero FSI CC issued by MCPA, then also it will do. RERA will grant you registration. If it is a piling CC, RERA won't give you the registration. It should be at least a fling CC. So that is the starting point of the registration. Then when to register? So once is it compulsory to register as soon as you get the commencement certificate? The answer is no. Because once before you start advertising your project, before you start accepting booking and money from the people, you must be able to register with the RERA. Otherwise, it will result into contravention of section 3 of the Act. Therefore, the starting point of the registration or eligibility point of the registration is obtaining commencement certificate from the competent authority. And when it is compulsory to register, so before you start advertising the project, you start accepting booking money. Registration would benefit is possible if there are two buildings in one layout. You can register both the buildings separately. If there is a commercial and residential part, first 3 floors are commercial and the rest of the floors are residential, you can operate that. You can even register both two buildings separately. So registration is given by the given by the RERA and allowed under the Act. Then form 1, 2, 3 that we have to submit for registering our project. Statutory fees for registration is 10 per square meter. It depends on the plot area on which the project is supposed to be developed. So 10 rupees per square meter, minimum 10,000, maximum 10 lakhs. And for the plotting project, it is 5 per square meter. Yeah. I will even URL of the website. Apply for the registration. Before we move on to this slide, I will just, because I will the paucity of time, so I deliberately didn't include any checklist for the project registration. But now seeing so much around so many people interested, and just run you through the checklist for the required for the RERA registration of the project. First is the PAN card of the entity, and that is partnership firm or company, AOP, individual, whatever it is. So PAN card of the firm. Then financial encumbrance concerned to finance, and there are no encumbrances as far as the financial encumbrance is concerned, like loan from the bank or something like that. Third is encumbrance concerned to legal. Fourth is encumbrance concerned to legal is concerned about if there are litigations going on with respect to the ownership of the land or with the development rights, then such disputes must be disclosed. Then fourth is the legal title report. Legal title report has to be issued in the format as prescribed by RERA. Then fifth is commencement certificate issued by the competent authority. Sixth declaration. Declaration for the commencement certificate format is given. All these formats are available on the MahaRERA website. Then next is the sanction plan. If it is a layout, then layout plans. Then proposed format of the agreement for sale. Proposed format for the allotment letter, deviation with respect to agreement for sale, deviation with respect to allotment letter. What is this all? We'll see in the new course of this session, but I'm just running you through the documents. Then declaration of the designate bank account, the bank, whatever the RERA designate bank account is as per section 420. So that you have to declare in a particular format, which is given by the RERA. Then affidavit in the format of Form D, wherein you have to give the date of completion, by what date you are going to complete the project. So these are the and the last but not the least is subside report. That is, if there is any financial encumbrance on the land, and subside report you have to download and upload it on your project registration. Yeah. Yes, they do. See, before June 2022, the situation was different. RERA, the basic principle of the RERA registration was RERA used to accept all the documents given by promoter with the basic assumption that these documents are true, fair, correct, unless it is questioned by way of finding any case litigation. But now RERA does a due diligence. It has established three wings or three desks in RERA. I'll come to that. How this due diligence is done. So before we move to that, one order number 32, which is given by RERA dated 1st May 2022, I would just like to discuss with all of you. Many of you must have done project registrations, correct? Just I want to know the number, how many people have done recently, a fair number of people. So many of you must be knowing how nowadays it is in functioning, how many times you're getting resubmissions. So this order is quite old but quite relevant. This order is applicable to project registration applications, project extension application, real estate agent registration application, and project correction applications. So whatever application for which we have to go to the RERA, for all those applications, this order is applicable. What does this order states? So application, once an application for the registration is submitted to the RERA, now it goes to the three desks: legal, technical, and finance. All these three desks scrutinize the application, and then the application is sent for the resubmission with their remarks. If there is any, if the application is not complete, and if there are some more documents needed or correct documents needed, then normally scrutiny remarks are given by these desks. So once scrutiny remarks of all the three desks are received, you get the resubmission option enabled to your application. Then you are expected to comply with these scrutiny remarks and resubmit your application. So you resubmitted the application. Then you receive the second scrutiny remarks. That means at the time when you submitted the application, the officer who is scrutinizing your application is still of the opinion that your application is not correct, or there are some discrepancies in your application. Then you again pass the second scrutiny remarks, and the application will be again open for the resubmission. Again, you have to understand those scrutiny remarks, so you need to comply with ththose scrutiny remarks and resubmit your application. Even after doing that, if your application is not complete, then you will be called in a open house meeting. Now, what is this open house meeting? So open house meeting is a very good initiative started by RERA, wherein the officers or the scrutiny officers who scrutinize your application, you can directly talk to them in by way of this forum. Normally, this is managed by SRO. SRO is self-regulatory organizations of the developers whose membership is compulsory while you go for the registration. So you have to contact your SRO and get your number enrolled for that particular open house meeting. And you can, of course, ask your query and get a solution from the officer himself or herself. So after getting a solution from the officer, you are again expected to make good those scrutiny remarks and resubmit your application. And even after that, if your application is incomplete, in the next course, penalty first instance follows. That is payment of penalty of 25% of the registration fees. So this is called as first instance. Now, once you pay this penalty, then again your application will be open for resubmission. You submit your application. Again, the procedure which I stated in this first slide will follow. You submit scrutiny remarks, submit again scrutiny remarks. Even though officer is not satisfied, again open house meeting. And even after open house meeting, if your application is not complete, then payment of penalty of 40% of the registration fees as a penalty to reconsider your application. Again, after doing this process, still your application is incomplete, then your application will be withdrawn and shall be referred to the authority for the necessary orders. In case of collection applications, the penalty shall be 5,000 rupees. So, till date, I am not in the knowledge that someone is being imposed with this kind of penalty. Where on every Friday in the second half, open house meeting takes place. The link for the meeting is normally circulated to the SROs, and this is quite a good initiative. I mean, the people who really wants to join this practice or start for the taking the assignments of the registration of the project, I would advise them to at least attend 3 or 4 open house meetings, listen to the queries of the people, listen to the solutions given to them. You will get most of yours. If your application is pending, then only you will be allowed. So it is not an open forum as such, but suppose if you have a leadership plan and these undergoing such kind of assignment, then of course you can request. SROs normally give the link of the meeting leniently. It is not that much tightly regulated, but of course you need a pending application. That's quite very question you ask. Okay, so MahaRERA as a citizen call center or a help desk, numbers are here. This help desk is active and toll free, and this citizen helpline shall function from 7 AM to 11 AM, except on some very important finders. So here we come with the recent templates. So every application for the registration being filed by the promoter shall be scrutinized by these 3 departments: legal, finance, and technical. So briefly we'll see what are the documents that will be seen by each of the departments. So legal department will go to the legal title report, agreement for sale, encumbrance concerned to finance, allotment letter, deviation with respect to agreement for sale, and deviation with respect to allotment letter. Now, what normally the legal department scrutinizes in the legal title report. So legal title report has to be in the format as specified by RERA. Second important thing, owners of the land wala column is very, very, very important. I've seen the bulky legal title report as bulky as like 100, 150 pages, 100 to 100, 150 pages because of large layouts, large peg numbers. Therefore, in that case, one has to highlight these owners of the land wala column in order to save your time so that you will not get probably not get a certain remarks from the legal department. And third important thing is that this legal title report should not be older than 6 months on the date of filing of your application. So these 2 important major things you have to keep in your mind. Second is agreement for sale. We'll go through the order number 38 in detail to understand the requirements of agreement for sale, because I think most of us who stuck over here only, many are raised by the legal department as far as the agreement for sale is concerned. And third is allotment letter. Allotment letter, the format has been given by the MahaRERA as per its order number 30/2022. And the allotment letter has to be in the format as prescribed by the RERA. Variations are allowed, of course. Then order number 38, non-negotiable clauses that one has to include in agreement for sale. So I just give you brief background why all these things RERA started scrutinizing. Agreement for sale, there used to be a clauses which are inconsistent or contrary to the provisions of the RERA. For example, RERA specifies section 14 subsection 2 of the RERA specifies clearly that if you are amending your sanction plans, then you have to get at least two-thirds consent from the existing allotments. But people used to write into the agreement itself that all FSI that is emerging, what I have to pay, what I will get in future, what I will get in future, that will all belong to me. And now I do have a permission to construct a building of 27 floors. I have plans to construct a building of 33 floors. Even after that, if I get the further permissions, further FSI bestowed upon me, I will go till Chand tak jaunga, etc. types. And there used to be the clauses like this. So now RERA has stopped doing all these things. You have to specifically provide what is the current sanction FSI you have, what is the proposed FSI that you are going to utilize for this particular project, what are your current permissions, and up to what level your building is proposed. So first is force majeure clause. Force majeure clause, again, in this force majeure clause, people used to write a scarcity of sand, cement, या फिर late permission मिलता है. All the reasons were put like, and for because of all these reasons, if suppose the project gets delayed, I will not give you any kind of interest for compensation. So now RERA has specifically given what is the force majeure clause. It is there in the model agreement, and one has to follow just like that. We cannot even change the full stop and comma in that particular. So as for this force majeure clause, only 2 events can be termed as a force majeure. So first is act of God. So earthquake, flood, famine, even the war, then pandemics, all these are categorized in first clause, and second clause, any kind of order from the competent court. If any order issued by the competent court stops labor, then that much period shall be excluded for calculating the date of possession, recalculating the date of possession. For example, there was some stay order by the Honorable Bombay High Court just 2-3 years before, because there were some recycle of the waste which was not being followed by the MCGM. Therefore, Bombay High Court swears the order to the BMC that you cannot issue new permission for the construction unless you comply with these regulations. So such kind of orders will make eligible to the developers for getting some extension in the date that I have promised. But of course, they have to prove that these kind of orders affected their project. The second is time period for formation of association of an office. So rules, RERA rules clearly specifies that once majority of the apartments are booked, that is more than 51% of the apartments are booked, the promoter has to start the procedure of formation of association of allotment. Time period for execution of the registered convention with the association of allotments, this has to be done within 3 months. So now there are 2 types. If you have a standalone building, then within 3 months from the date of receipt of occupancy certificate from the competent authority, you have to execute the land conveyance. If your project is a layout project consisting of multiple number of buildings, then in that case, you have to execute structural conveyance within 3 months of the receipt of OC of the particular building. And within 3 months of the receipt of OC of the last building in the layout, you have to give the land conveyance as well as the conveyance of the common amenities to the apex body or the apex association of the allottees. So you cannot insert any clause contrary to this. Defect liability cost. The promoter has to undertake the defect liability for 5 years from the date of possession. And you have to specifically mention that in the agreement itself. Variation area of 3% plus minus variation that we have to mention and how it will get compensated. Clause of termination of agreement. This is again clause of termination. How the developer is going to terminate the agreement. If let us say the allottee is not able to make the payment on time or for any other reason, then the developer is of course entitled to rescind the contract, to cancel the agreement. Then in that case, what are the terms and conditions on the breach of which will make the promoter entitled to cancel the allotment? So there should be at least 3 defaults, 3 payment defaults from the allottee. Once the allottee commits such 3 payment defaults, after that the developer is supposed to issue a notice via RTAD of at least 15 days to the allottee. If within these 15 days, allottee fails to rectify or to make the good the defect or the non-compliance on the payment of the notice, then in that scenario, the promoter shall be entitled to cancel the agreement. Once the promoter cancels the agreement, then what? So how much is the percentage that the promoter can deduct while canceling such agreement? So that has to be very specifically defined. That is called as a liquidation damages. So such liquidation damages has to be defined in the agreement for sale. With 5% of the agreement, 10% of the agreement value, 15% of the agreement value, whatever it is, you have to specify that. And it should be very specific. I mean, it should not be a VAT, like the sale value that I get after cancelling your flat and whatever the difference will is that I'll deduct. So such kind of VAT clauses are not allowed. So you have to specifically mention definite clause. What is the what are going to be liquidated damages? Once the agreement is cancelled, the promoter has to refund the amount to the allottee within 30 days. So prior to this, promoters, developers used to write in their agreement that I'll cancel the allotment, I'll cancel the agreement. Then, अगर मेरे पास पैसा रहेगा, तो I'll give it to you, or I'll first open in your flat for sale in the market. If the buyer comes, the buyer और वो buy करता है और वो मेरे को पैसा देता है, तो मैं इसको दूंगा. So this kind of contracts used to be there. This kind of clauses used to be there in the agreement. So now RERA has defined that you have to, if you are going to cancel the allotment, you have to refund the money within 30 days. Sir, within 30 days अगर refund करते हैं, so whatever the agreed liquidated damages as agreed in the agreement for sale, that can be deducted by the promoter. Is बाकी जो बचा हुआ amount है, that has to be refunded within 30 days. If the promoter is not refunding that within 30 days, then of course maximum STI MCLR rate plus 2%, that interest rate will be applicable. If the agreement, see, if the agreement is पहले का एग्रीमेंट है of 2020 सब घूमने के पहले का, तो भी if RERA will go to the particular terms and I mean what are the terms and conditions as given in the agreement, and if the promoter has cancelled the allotment because of default of the allottee, then the promoter has to refund the amount. He cannot just keep it with himself. There are orders in 2017-16 के भी agreements हैं, उसके भी orders हैं. No, because there is that is still an open area. Even those projects which are registered with RERA before 2022 and whose agreements are not RERA compliant, for such projects, RERA is still not given any kind of transitionary provisions or how they should make their agreement compliant with the RERA. And this all exercises be done to extenuating litigations, because whenever then litigation of such kind of on such kind of points will come before RERA. So RERA will simply read the agreement of laws and will pass its judgment. So 60 days within 60 days RERA is supposed to give judgment in the matter if the complaint is filed, which is not at all followed now. It takes like 3 to 5 years for you to get the decision from the RERA authority, then to go to the RERA appellate tribunal, then from RERA appellate tribunal to the second appeal, Bombay High Court. So उसके बाद में 2018 in the May 2018 I had filed a complaint just before like was mission because not denied. So we have to be patient, but when I learning from its own deeds in the past and trying to make it good. Other important clauses. If you can use the mic and be able to hear me clearly.
The RERA has seek extension for COVID for the project. Then is it necessary that if there is a default from the LOP, pass on to the LOP extension of the base or the
RERA has already given 1 year extension, granted extension to everyone for the COVID-19, including the post-measure clause. So when the first circular came, in that they clearly wrote that the rights of the allottees to है, मतलब सबको ये post measure का जो भी order है, that will be applicable. Then the second circular came, this clearly wrote that the rights of the allottees are subject to I mean they are not subject to this particular order. मतलब ये 6 month का extension मिला है तो भी the developer will have to give the interest of the amount if at all the possession is delayed. Then does that satisfy your query? Okay, I understood it. Okay, no problem. So the payment schedule can be deviated, and if there is a deviation, you have to mention it in the deviation sheet. Payment schedule which is given in the model agreement, it is normally 45%, not more than 75% money is to be accepted on completion of the PIM, not more than 70% of the money is to be accepted on completion of the RCC structure, and not more than not less than 5% money must be left to be accepted on the possession after optimal post. But this can be deviated. Changes in the sanction plans, as I said, you cannot get blanket consent or irrevocable consent from the allottees as far as the changes in the sanction plans is concerned. Parking, so you have to specifically mention what kind of parking you are giving. It is closed parking, open parking. So you have क्या charge कर रहे हो, नहीं कर रहे हो. So when interest on delay payments, so interest has to be SBI maximum SBI MCLR rate plus 2% only. It cannot be 1% per month, 2% per month, 24%, 18%. No, it has to be SBI MCLR rate plus 2% only. Transfer of the project to third party. Many people, even that is also written in the agreement that if I am unable to complete the project, I transfer to the third party and the allottee irrevocably agrees to the same. So such kind of contracts are also, which are basically void of additional contract as far as the contract act is concerned, because there is one-sided contracts. So such kind of clauses used to be there. But now you have to follow the procedure as given under section 15 of the act. There is the proper procedure given for transfer of the project to the third party. And of course, no blanket consent from the allottees, any kind of blanket consent from the allottees in the agreement for sale. Then finance department. So finance department normally encumbrance concern to finance. Then form 3. Form 3 format has to be inconsistent with as given by the RERA. Then you must prominently write somewhere in the heading that form 3 as on, let us say 31st 1/2023, 15/02/2023, so that it will, the person who is taking your application will come to know that up to what date you have considered the for preparation and certification of the form 3. Inventory. So table C we provide the inventory sanction and proposed. So such inventory has to match with the add building वाला जो column है जिसमें भी the total inventory is for this particular area is going to be HK 3 BHK. So this has to match whatever given in the certificate and whatever we provide in the application. And cost model, whatever the table A and table B, table A estimated cost, table B incurred cost, whatever the costs are given, we have to perfectly write that cost into the cost model and both has to match. Then designated bank account declaration, as per order number 34, one has to give the declaration on the promoter's letterhead, specify the particular bank account, which is designated bank account for the purpose of section 420. And then form 2, estimated cost matching. So form 2 में construction indemnity की जो भी estimated cost है, that cost must match with your estimated cost of construction given in table A. So these are important points. Letterhead of the promoter. Format is given in the order number 7, available on the MahaRERA. When technical department. So technical department normally goes to the document issued by the competent authority as like commencement certificate, then sanction plans, form 1, that is certificate of the architect, then information in application concerned with technical like sanction buildings. आपको लिखा है 2 sanction building है, तो actual में आपका जो sanction plan है उसमें 2 buildings दिख रही है, नहीं दिख रही है, so that has to be one has to highlight if you are registering any one of the building only and another building you are you're going to register in future, so you have to highlight the building which you are registering in the sanction plan. Then the sanction floors, तो आपके कितने sanction floors हैं, elevation का plan रहता है, उसमें लिखा हुआ रहता है कितने floors है आपके, so only that much you have to write while giving the information in the add building वाला module. Then parking chart is also there on your sanction plans, so you have to highlight how many closed parkings are there, how many open parkings are there, car parkings and scooter parkings, and you have to accordingly provide information in the add building model, that is the application of the project registration. This department is the most important department. Legal department वाला भी clear हो जाता है, finance का भी clear हो जाता है, but this technical department, because most of the times we as a chartered accountants or even the lawyers or architects who are doing the architects, but lawyers and chartered accountants who are doing registration, we don't have that much knowledge about all these technical things, like what is the proposed leeway, then where the parkings are normally, what is the elevation plan. So यहाँ पे how to see the buildings in the sanction plan, blue color के जो papers रहते हैं, so an engineer जितना समझता है एक बैलेंस शीट देख के उतना ही अपने को समझता है एक सैंक्शन प्लान देख के वो क्या है, so we have to at least जितना whatever is necessary for obtaining the registration of it उतना तो समझना चाहिए. So if you understand that much, because see RERA में technical department जो employees है, so all are retired officials from the MCGM who has spent their whole life doing all these things only, so they are expert. तो आप जो बोलोगे वो समझ जाते हैं, तो इसलिए आपको बेसिक नॉलेज तो होना चाहिए ये सब चीजों का. डॉक्यूमेंट मीटिंग
commission certificate to commence construction. Then only after giving the sanction plan and
yes sir, आपका जो सैंक्शन आपका जो MCGM is sanctioned, then file number रहता है आपका, then that file number same is mentioned on your CC, that is only mentioned on your sanction plan, CC sanction plan, IOD का sanction plan जो रहता है वो, so both are of course that is consistent, but the information that we give in the application has to be consistent with that. If you are saying I have 100 parkings and your application is showing only 84, then that is inconsistent, you will get the query. Yes, you have to. That means see what you said, due diligence of the information. So that is done over here. So आप बोल रहे हो मेरा 25 story building is approved, but plan पे 23 दिख रहा है. So then you will get a query. तो आपको वो समझ के डालना पड़ेगा 23 floors, parking क्या है, आपका FSI कितना है में, and that has to match. Okay. Very simple example. आपका जो area रहता है, area of the plot for the RERA revision. So the area which is mentioned on legal title report, in sanction plan, on your application, in your AFS, in your allotment letter, that has to match. If that is not matching, you get a query. So moving ahead, because we will next time. So I have to do justice with the Aditya also. Deviation report. So deviation report can be submitted in tabular form. So what is deviation report?
Is there problem for information submission related to finance?
Not a prescribed format as such, but yes, you can see there are 3-4 things that must be there in that particular certificate or that particular format. So first is project ka naam, address, pin code है वो pin code, then your lot number or CPS number, your ICAT number. So all these 3-4 things must be there.
This information certificate different from SSI report.
This
Different from SSI report.
so yes, it is different from Sunshine report. Okay, so Sunshine report, if you have the if there is a project loan, so you have to upload the Sunshine report. This new project loan reflect होना चाहिए. Okay.
कोई लोन नहीं है तो
उसमें Sunshine report में तो आप declaration upload कर दो इसके लिए. You don't have any there are no project loans or nothing is being mortgaged. Okay, and of course mention these 3-4 things which I said in that particular. So deviation report is basically what you have to specify those clauses which are different from the model agreement for sale or allotment letter which has been specified by the RERA. So you have to make sure deviation in the agreement as well as allotment letter is allowed, but it is allowed to the extent it is not contrary or inconsistent to the provisions of the RERA Act rules and regulations. Deviation report can be submitted in tabular form. It may contain the columns like heading of the clause and the clause which is deviated. And the same clause you have to highlight in the agreement for sale as well. So the clause which is appearing in your deviation has to be highlighted in the agreement for sale, the format which you are going to upload. And then after the registration, deregistration thing, which the sir mentioned. So RERA has issued the order dated order number 422023 dated 10th February, very latest order. It specifies that the projects can be deregistered. So a whole project or a part of the project can be deregistered. So application can be made by the promoter of a non-viable projects. So what are the non-viable projects? So some of the list of the reasons is given. This list is not limited or exhaustive. One can see the reasons other than this also. But for the sake of example, lack of funds, disputes in the family, projects financially not viable, you have to spend more and you are going to get less, change in the planning authority, or there is a some planning authority notification because of which the project has become non-viable. So for any such reason, one can go for deregistration. Now, what are the prerequisites to deregistration? 11% deregistration of the project. So first and foremost important, zero allottees or zero booking. There should not be any booking in the project. If at all there are allottees or there is a booking, then the rights of the allottees should be settled by the promoter before an application for the deregistration is filed. That means there must be some compromise or some settlement that must be arrived with the allottees. When it is a part of the existing project, that means there were originally 3 buildings in the project. Now the promoter has constructed 2 buildings and is not going to construct the 3rd building. And now the part of particular that part needs to be deregistered from the project. So in that, 2/3 consent of the allottees of the other 2 buildings is mandatory. Application for such deregistration is provided in this particular order only. That has to be submitted by way of email to the secretary. Email is given. Once such email is received and prescribed application in the format is received, legal wing will process the application. And if it is felt necessary, even dealing with this schedule, and an aggrieved person, if there is any aggrieved person because of such order, such aggrieved person can file a complaint with the RERA in this matter. Now, updates. So updates to it is an order number 33, quarterly update of the registered projects. Nowadays, many people have started getting the notices from the RERA. the title in the matter of non-submission of documents. So hurry up and submit those documents or else we are in the mood of penalty. So MahaRERA is categorized. Okay, yeah. Yes, please. Yes. Correct. That is correct. No option as of now. The details we can see, except for the chartered accountant certificate. Everything which is submitted to the RERA is a public document. So everything is visible on RERA website. So after now tightening the registration, RERA is now tightening the use of these updates also. So it is said that within next 6 months, these updates thing will get regularized and every project will update their RERA webpage. So that is why this all has been started. Separate department has been established under the leadership of Sanjay Deshmukh sir, who is ex-IS officer, and he is now he's opened the compliance department. There is a penalty, but which is not imposed till date, but now they start imposing. Okay. So I just request everyone to, please. Yes, please.
So now, as per updated forms, I want to just clarify that हमें need है forms upload करने तभी करना है कि cotton करना है.
See, that is I'm coming to. See, first, if there are any changes in the building plans, you have to upload that. If there is a change, you have to upload the progress of the project. So financial progress. So how will you update the cost model? Unless you have a CA certificate certified by a professional, you cannot update the cost model unless when you want to update the task and activity model. That is लिखा हुआ रहता है फिर कितना % complete हुआ, slabs of superstructure कितना % complete हुआ. So that cannot be updated as per the views and fancies of the promoter. So you have to have a form, a particular form which is certified by a professional. Unless you have that, you cannot update the information on the RERA web portal.
Just clarify. If the builder does not provide the forms till date after registration, then how he can?
Very good question. Thanks for asking this because I forgot to mention about this. So, if let us say the project is registered in 2017 and till date nothing has been complied. So just registration type form upload किया था आज तक कुछ भी नहीं किया. So this is a kind of amnesty scheme you may say, which has been undeclared amnesty scheme you may say. So you have to file your PPRs annually till 2022 and quarterly after 2020. That means if the project is registered on 6 June 2017, then you may file these forms, form 1, 2, 3 and form number 5. And form number 2 after the order that it is in 2019, but these 4 forms as on 31st March 2018, 31st March 2019, 20, 21, 22, and after that you have to file it quarterly in order to complete the compliance.
New forms will have to complete in
New format.
Some practical issues like actual, estimated, and proposed, and what the kind of registration. What we can do for that.
See, if your cost over, correct? But estimated cost is this. So you have to file an application with the RERA for changes in the estimated cost. If the promoter is not doing that, then you have to accordingly write a note in the form.
Okay, we don't have there is for at the time of registration there is 1 building. But after increasing your website, there is no coming to the average. And that
Yes, it is a procedure, madam. If suppose there are changes in the sanction plan, you are adding 1 new building, then you have to go to the authorities, obtain their consent. Or submit. Yes, submit.
So we should new building.
You may consider and you may write such note in your table sheet format form 3 में table G है, इसमें comments you can write.
Yes, sir. Now, what position is approval is pending.
And we can discuss this offline, please, because we are meeting with you. That's right, correct? No, nothing submitted on the RERA website can be deleted. Once you submit, the document remains there like that.
And then after it should come and
You can mention while filing the form that this is an amended form, but you cannot delete the old form. So it will remain over there. There is no option. So correct. See, MahaRERA is also developing their new website. They are calling it MahaRERA 2.0. So once that website is launched, then it will be like GST. So once date is gone and you want to upload the forms, we have to first pay penalty. And this is probably is going to happen. 5% of the project costs. Be specified. That is a back. Even one form. There is a residual provision in the which says that 5% of the project cost for any kind of non-compliance of the MHADA. So let us first let me complete now this. We will take up the questions jointly with Aditya because it is already 8. So we'll take up the questions. We'll take up the questions later now. So quarterly updates, it means changes in building plan approvals, physical progress of the project, form 1, status of the booking plots, apartment units, there is a declaration called sole inventory declaration. Then present status of the booking of garages if any. In case no withdrawal from RERA designate bank account, if there are no transactions in your financials, no withdrawal from the RERA designate bank account, you can give a self-certification by the promoter that there is no withdrawal. And this UTR, that is financial quarters, this has to be filed within 20 days from the end of the quarter. So this question is justified that how can my books of accounts will be ready before 20th, because everybody will be in a hurry to find GST first because they are imposing penalty if you are not filing it before 20. So once MahaRERA will start imposing the penalty, I think there will be some submissions from the RERA industry, and then they might revise this and make it practical, make 30,000 estimate. But now, as far as today it is concerned, it is 20. The annual updates, form 5 and form 2A. Form 5 is the audit form, and withdrawal of money from designated form 1, 2, 3. It is submitted to the scheduled times as well as to the MahaRERA. Then other regular updates is changes in governance, disclose litigation, there were notification at the time of registration, application time, disclose. Then once the project is complete, get the OC, get the form from the architect, update the RERA about the conveyance also. For updating the RERA about the conveyance, MahaRERA is issued a separate order, execution of registered conveyance to the district. So such order is issued on 28 July 2021. Such first update must be given for when the promoter files an application with the competent authority for obtaining this. When such application is filed, the promoter has to keep on updating the RERA about the status of conveyance. Quickly we'll go through the project extension. So somebody asked the question in the earlier session. Section 6. So maximum 1 year extension can be obtained under section 6. And the requirements for this is self-certified copy of the self-declaration from the promoter citing reasons for extension, and the self-certified copy of the permission approval from the competent authority which is valid for the period for which the extension is sought. What if your project is not complete within the timeline or within the extension given by section 6, or you don't want to, your first extension only you want for 3 years, you don't want to go for 1 year extension, then you can directly file an extension under section 7 subsection 3. But for such application, there is an additional condition. What is that condition? So you have to obtain consent from at least 51% of the allottees. So unless you get such consent, you cannot get an extension under section 7 subsection 3. Such written consent has to be obtained in the format prescribed by RERA. If the allottees are not clear, it is inconvenient to just वो एक ही कागज सब जगह पे देना is not convenient. You can get the consent on the in the form of letter or on the email. WhatsApp consent will not be. Then, so this is under section 7, subsection 3. So now there were representations from the builder fraternity that we are not able to obtain 51% consent. But we are on the verge of completion. Like थोड़ा ही काम बचा है, 6 महीना मिल जाएगा तो project complete हो जाएगा. But now allotors are not giving the consent. Project expire हो गया. Project expire हो गया तो मेरा my next disbursement are being held up, kept on hold by the banks of the allottees. जो allottees से पैसा आने वाला housing loan का वो hold पे चला गया. And my agreements are not getting registered. I cannot market my project. So what to do now? So I'm in a vicious circle because there is no RERA. I'm not able to complete the project. I'm not able to complete the project. Allottees is not giving me permission. So to break such things, this order was released by the RERA order number 40, dated 21st December 2022. This is 27 December. This typo. Where a promoter failed to obtain 51%. Then in spite of that, promoter may apply for the extension under section 7, subsection 3. So he has to apply with whatever number of consent that the developer is having with an explanatory note that why there was a delay in project completion and why the extension that is being sought to was given to the developer. What are the reasons why the RERA should give to the developer and the promoter an extension in spite of the fact that he is not having 51% consent? How is he going to complete the project? He has to give a roadmap. And also he has to give enough proof that he has tried to reach all the allottees, but the allottees are reluctant to give him the consent. Then, based on the case-to-case basis, RERA may grant extension with or without additional terms and conditions, and such extensions shall not. The RERA has given that such extensions shall not jeopardize the rights accrued in favor of the allottees. So, with this. No consultation, I will request Aditya. Yeah. Okay. So this was a small part of project registration, but then that's it. I would.
Good evening, this
is Radheshwar. Without taking much time, I will just start with the compliance and chartered accounts. The topic assigned today is CA certificate under RERA. Basically, the worst of our facility might be giving this certificate because this is the lifetime of the project. As real estate contributes to 30% of the GDP, you can imagine 9% आपके signature से निकल रहा है. So let's start with that. So currently. Recently, in December 21, there were new forms of issued. Form number 1, architect design change, where the promoters are being promoter has been requested. They too also comply what the architect is certified. Engineer certificate, there are some changes. I don't want to go into detail with these changes. 2A again, there were the changes. Form 3, which is important to a chartered accountant. At the basis of which certificates, the money is being withdrawn by the developer. When a tremendous changes. Just from the question of cost incurred as a land cost and construction cost and the withdrawal, it put a responsibility on us on various matters to be disclosed in the certificates, like your allotting, the units sold, unsold, needs and ends of the finance, and so on. Form 4, again, the completion certificate, which once the OC has been received. And Form 5, again, the Form 5, there were changes where an annual auditor, earlier it was a statutory auditor, a term called annual auditor came in December 21, and an annual auditor, over and above giving what were the total collections, total withdrawals. He needs to now certify whether there has been delay, whether there has been any excess withdrawals during the period, and so on. So basically, most of the amendments of the form are being taken care by the regulation. And the latest regulation in 2021 gave the latest form which was not amended. The first amendment in form 3 was in 2019, but we keep it to the latest. As I mentioned earlier, the form 5 was supposed to be given by the statutory auditor. The changes in 2021 December, the form 5 is supposed to be given by the annual audit. Now comes to the crux of the problem. So we are certifying the financial progress of the work. And we are certifying this, based on this certification, the money is withdrawn by the developer. It's very simple. There are two aspects, the land contract and long-term construction. The statutory auditor, as per the Companies Act, is the auditor which is being appointed by the AGM, and he is being assigned for the period. Whereas an annual auditor is an auditor where the board of directors will appoint a specific, like a tax audit. And that will be a delegation of specific work for the specific project. Now let's say, given an example, a company has multi-scale, let's say 15-40 projects going at a time. You don't expect the same statutory auditor giving a certification based on the second provision of section 4, section 2, block wells, the processing. So it was creating a havoc. To avoid that, an annual auditor term was being coined out. And further to that, if you look at into individuals, partnership firms, there are statutory auditor is not defined that. It's defined only in the Companies Act or at the most at LLP. So to avoid all the hassle, the specific terms of annual auditor comes. Now, as I said, in December 2021, there were form changes. Earlier, there was a parallel exception where the estimated and incurred both were visible side by side. Now, table A is exclusively defined for an estimated cost, where you will be giving an estimated. Again, that will be the estimates of the promoter, not ours. The estimates will be shown separately in table A to give an overall picture. What will be the estimated cost of the project? Now, the estimates will be given at the time of the project registration. Further to that, the estimated cost of construction will be given only by the engineer. We cannot use anything. There is a provision of cost incurred for an additional items. Now, these additional items came because earlier the estimates based on the engineer is to give the incur. You know, in the incur there is an estimate of an engineer. Based on the actual estimates which they are given at the time of the registration, based on a percentage of the architect, engineer used to give based on this percentage completion. My estimate was let's say X. Of that estimate X, Y is the cost. But in real terms, let's say if you see in the COVID, there are the plus and minuses in the price ratios, which are very huge. Further, there would have been changes in the estimation based on the technology which is coming into the picture. So the additional items which were not covered at the time of the registration by the engineer, the delay has been given to include them. Then pass-through charges, indirect taxes has to be excluded, which was already available in the circular, but it's been explicit again. The pass-through charges, indirect taxes, because of lately there are a lot of developers which comes up with the fact that one price, inclusive of GST, inclusive of all that stuff. So our stamp duty, GST and other things. However, for the purpose of 70%, it should be excluded. So let's say there's a flat worth 1 crore rupees of which these pass-through charges, indirect charges and everything around 10 to 11, 10 lakhs. So 90 lakh rupees investment more competence for which the 70% has to be done. Balance 10 lakh has to be the pass-through charges which I am collecting or a developer or promoter is collecting and the development cost is again. It has no implication into the project cost. Shall it be revised to the correction application? I think Sumit has clearly said that we can edit correction application and all that stuff. And now another thing, observe cost of machinery which is connected to the sector. Earlier, prior to 2021, you see the circular and the regulation where it was defined. Cost of machinery was considered in the cost of construction. Now the cost of machinery has been replaced by the absorbed cost of machinery. Now I have to give you a very example. If the people are from the development industry, let's say there is a MIVAN system. The MIVAN system does not get completely utilized in that project. The system will let's say come around 2.5 crore rupees. But in earlier definition, 2.5 to 3 crore rupees was directly charged off because it was to allow. And even circulars and the other regulations. But now with the absorbed cost, that is a specific engineer who will be saying what is the absorbed thing which is going in it. And based on that, we have to consider that amount as an incurred amount. Now, actual cost. This is where the area comes. The estimates is basically a management area where you can just have a look of it whether the basics are done perfect or not. That would have been done at the time of the registration or that could have been done at the time of the revision of the estimate. However, actual phase, our maybe where we need to consider that this actual cost of construction or land cost are being properly reported into the certificate. Yes. Now, again, actual cost, let's say cost of construction. The cost of construction, you will find it as an engineer cost of construction incurred as I said earlier. And that engineer cost has to be compared with what is accounted in the books of account. When I say accounted, it has to be within the definition of incurred. It cannot be outside the definition of the incurred. The incurred is where either a liability has been, crystallized for the supply of goods, services, or anything. A or B, whether I have made a payment and the services have been offered, or goods and services have been offered. So these are the two conditions where the income is to be reported. Again, absorbed cost of machinery in income will be the machineries which the engineer is going to certify because it's a technical matter. We cannot say what will be the proportion of machineries which is going to be used. However, based on the same can be, compared. If you look to the new engineer certificate, in new engineer certificate, they need to keep all the record of what the things are used. So we can always demand from the engineer on what basis the absorption is done, and accordingly we can verify. Now, this is table C which is coming for a project. Earlier it was for an ongoing project. Now it is for all projects. Now, first the sold inventory. The sold inventory which is reported here. The first column of the sold inventory to find, if you see the tables C, it will be based on agreement stroke letter of allotment. Now, what will be the cases where the letter of allotment has not been issued, agreement is out of question, even the letter of allotment is not been issued, but you have issued, let's say, half of the money, and it is a project and you have to prepare a certificate. So, A is that whether the company or the developer as a promoter as a process where the money will be deposited in RERA account. Post this, B, we can have a deviation by bringing that to the group. Because if the letter of allotment is not allotted, it is not being provided, one cannot say that the flat is actually sold. Unsold inventory. Again, the unsold inventory, there are two things which I am being observing of it, because there are, let's say, on the basis of the potential, we have registered the project. But in Bombay or in most of the places, it happens that the potential is never sanctioned immediately. So as far as sanctioned, that might be a little bit variation. So what has gone into the registration, you have to look into it. Based on that, the unsold inventory, definitely the potential will come into unsold, as well as the sanction unsold will be there. That unsold inventory needs to be reported. Reserve is the ASR value. The ASR value again The working is plain ASR value vanilla, or there is an escalation for an ASR value based on the floor rise. So that working needs to be done now and it has to be reported. It's only for a reporting mechanism other than an ongoing project where it has an impact of 70 to 100%. Pass-through charges again for ongoing project, pass-through charges need to be excluded as an extent if that 1 crore and 10 lakh pass-through, you have to report 90 lakhs. Table is again a comparison between the balance cost and receivables. Balance receivables is the receivables, which is I don't have to show you the economics, but basically the total unit consideration minus money received. Now here there is some tax you should understand. To give an example, a flat is of 1 crore rupees, and I have received 50 lakh. And of 50 lakh rupees, let's say 50,000 is a TDS. So actually in my bank, 49 lakh 50,000 has come. Reporting will be 50 lakh. Because as for the financial, it will be 50 lakh. And there will be a difference. Because if you report your 49 lakh 50,000, the outstanding will be 50 lakh 50,000, which is wrong. So that difference needs to be addressed in the way of a note, because they just tell you provide this information. However, the information is correlated with the 70% may or may not come. So that's a catch which everybody should, be very clear of. Estimated unsold sales that already been there, sir. Total estimated receivables 70%, 100%. Check only for ongoing project. I'm sure everybody would have done ongoing. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. First of all, whether it should be disclosed. That was the Prabhu was saying. Whether they are allowing. Huh? That can be 100 flat, but of that 100 flat, what you are going to sell? So 90 flat is for which the again, no, you are making the list of sold and unsold inventory. Names of the property which you are going to sell it.
Exempted, I am finding no application. We are going to total in reading concept I am uploading same I am having for schedule. They can go for registration. So all
My first question is that you might have sections for that. Okay, right? What is the flat you are setting?
Thank you.
90.
So
Is this 90 for your allowed? No.
Can I take this? Basically, see what happens. The promoter, both are the promoters. So you have, if it is area sharing, you require 2 separate forms. So he will be accountable for his portion of unsold flats, and the landowner will be accountable for his portion of unsold. So both cannot be mixed. He is not at all answerable to the RERA regarding his flats, and neither the land. Only in case of revenue sharing, there will be one common, wherein the entire inventory will be distributed. Correct. But in case of area, that is totally different. 2 Form 3s needs to be mentioned. Sorry. 2 Form 3 will be uploaded. Yes. Single registration. The registration is for the project. So you cannot take separate. However, many promoters, due to dispute between the promoter and the landowner, there are cases where they registered separately. But later on, as on date, there is certain issue because of which they cannot trace, even if we have common CTS number and both promoters are in dispute and they are registering the thing. So this dispute will be tackled because that should have been solved through GPS tagging, which is we do. But as on date, it is not compulsory. So इसकी वजह से क्या होता है कि वो हम लोग मेंटेन करेंगे तो भी उनको पता नहीं चलता है। तो लेकिन अपना प्रोजेक्ट रजिस्ट्रेशन एक ही जाए। फिर फॉर्म 3 है जो कंप्लायंस उसके यूनिट्स के वो लैंड ओनर करेगा और इसके यूनिट्स के प्रमोटर। सर लैंड ओनर से part of the areas. No, such disclosure is not allowed. As per RERA Act, he is also promoter, so he has to obtain Form 3. Even if he is not selling, let it be. He should mention that in unsold inventory. So that declaration won't work because this is mentioned because RERA authorities tried to make them co-promoter, and later on the courts have disallowed that, and they are also considered as promoters. So everything needs to be followed by them also, even Form B, and they have to maintain a separate RERA bank account. Now RERA authorities will be coming up with a circular, or I can say an order. Mostly it will be a circular order because they will mention that what to be done in case of a promoter and what is to be done in case of landowner. So that will clarify most of the things.
In this case, landowner is not going to carry the cost. There is no mission of depositing 70%.
The A's are valid. The A's are valid of his land.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If he registers. Okay. So if he is we have to keep 70% of the money. So it is not going to much. Family remove it.
That amount A's are valid till the time of A's are valid, we can withdraw. But this is the reason because of which his funds is getting blocked. So now they are coming up with a circular because they have identified not registering, but yeah. So the main promoter needs to give a declaration that whenever we will receive the Form 3 and compliance from landowner, we will submit it. But till now, RERA authorities are not enforcing that much on landowner. They are not demanding Form 3. So even though they are not demanding, but it is applicable as per the act, it is applicable to them.
Agreement is not done, but booking is done. So whether everyone consider as
Letter of allotment and agreement. As per these terms, you have to mention the unit consideration.
So when we classify, if it's sold or unsold, okay. So in case of booking is done by the client, but agreement is yet to be done.
Letter of allotment 10%. Then it is
not receiving 2% as or token booking. If you now receive allotment letter, I will receive yet 10%.
You have received allotment letter.
Yes.
That means you are in allotting.
So when it has been sold.
Sold in.
Not
No. Yes. No agreement. See, that amount is basically as per the definition of allottees. You have to see when any amount is accepted from them. And in the form, it is written that as per the letter of allotment or as per the agreement. So you can mention that because the amount is received. But what will happen? There are many cases wherein EOIs are received. So in that case, it will be difficult. So in only those EOIs which are converted into booking that can be mentioned, but separate disclosure need to be given. Your observation can be given that this is an EOI, this is not a booking, so we are not including that. But everything, since the amount is most of the at the time of booking, they allot the flat itself to them. So in that case, there will be an issue if you will not disclose it. Hence, it is proper always to disclose it, the amount which is received. As per ASR, it is not the open market value. Now your next question will be, it will portray loss for the project. ASR, that is the rate it is. Ready reckoner value itself ASR, annual statement of riches. Sorry? Yeah, see, that table C where you disclose sold and unsold inventory, it is not made for new projects. In rules, as per rule 4, it is applicable only for ongoing projects. But RERA को क्या हो गया? RERA authority बोल रहा है, अभी तो मुझे ऐसे ही मिल गया. CAC मिल रहा है कि कितना sold है, unsold है. इसके लिए उन्होंने वो सारा applicable सबको कर दिया. लेकिन वो टेबल को मॉडिफाई नहीं किया. वो टेबल अभी भी ऑनगोइंग की तरफ से ही है, लेकिन अपने को सिर्फ ध्यान रखना है एट द टाइम ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन दैट यू डिस्क्लोज द एंटायर इन्वेंटरी. मतलब मेरा 50 यूनिट्स है तो 50 के 50 मेरे को टेबल में आने चाहिए. वो उससे लॉस या कुछ भी वो एट द टाइम ऑफ रजिस्ट्रेशन कोई भी जज नहीं करेगा. ओवर द पीरियड जैसे जैसे सोल्ड होते जाएगा यू विल गेट द एक्चुअल पिक्चर. Letter of allotment at the time of 10% it is compulsory. The violation of section 13. Violation of section 13. But then how you got that this flat is allotted to this person? On promoter's representation, see that you can mention, but in the table it is clearly given that as per it should be as per letter of allotment. So if he is not issuing letter of allotment and you are taking representation that this flat is allotted, then it's fine. Then you have to disclose that it is because there is an issue in Gujarat RERA. What happened that promoter has accepted unsecured loan. He has shown in balance sheet unsecured loan, and later on one of the party challenged it and went to RERA authority that CA certified this as unsecured loan. He is not showing in allotted flats. So later on the action was initiated against chartered accountant because usko letter of allotment diya tha and still unsecured loan mein. So such situations can be avoided only you have to scrutinize the unsecured loan part also. Whether it is pure loan, because many loans are friends and relatives in small and medium sized developer which turn out to be later on usko flat de dete ya letter of allotment de dete. So such situations should be strictly monitored. Otherwise we might face issues because RERA authorities never recognize investors. If you have read a judgment, even in case of RERA authority has challenged that even though there are multiple flats allotted to him, he won't be considered as investor and it is the duty of promoter to register the agreement. So what we do, we take affidavit from declaration from investor itself. Later on, I won't take the umbrella of allottee and file a complaint against promoter. Because in small developers, they are not credible enough to get funds from NBFCs or any financial institution. So they are dependent on this investor. That is the reason from the point of promoter and the chartered accountant issuing certificate, we have to take certain declarations. Then only we can include it in unsecured loan or as per the allotment.
There are two JDA partners and both the things are involved. They are showing both the JDA partners have to incur some cost for the JDA agreement. Then how do we show that the cost about table A and B? Will that be only one single table or both JDA partners for their own separate cost?
Separate, if that is mentioned in the agreement, whatever cost will be sharing, he will be sharing, he will include it in actual incurred cost. And his part will be included in his certificate. So both these form 3 are separate. Land cost is basically the cost if it is in the name of the landowner. Then it should be included in his form. We cannot include that in the main promoter form because he's there. So it is his land and against that he is receiving flats of which construction cost can be included by the main promoter.
And in such case, there is no land cost, but it's less. Then how do we use land cost?
So SRA in SRA project, we can take the as per ASR because SRA the separate rehab component is not covered under there. Only the land cost can be considered as per ASR. Sorry?
Before they have to take
No. No. So you continue. Yeah, I will answer. It's already 8:30.
Okay, fine. So the result of this information earlier was for ongoing, but now even for all the projects. Designated bank account. Very simple opening balance, deposit, withdrawal, closing balance. Very simple. Okay, right? But yes, the deposit you have, pardon? Opening balance, yes.
For registration, we have a separate designated account. Only balance, we have to mention 10,000 minimum balance, which was deposited at the time of opening the bank account.
Yeah, whatever amount if you have, let's say if you have put 1,000 rupees at your
Yes.
first, that 1,000 was an opening balance, of that is started designated. Ideally, it is always zero balance for the new project in most of the cases, but in your case, probably banker has accepted. So that 1,000 started, but moment this becomes a designated bank account, then only money will be at 70% or 100% as the case.
Okay, so means there must be opening balance of 10,000 if we have.
Whatever, okay. Now deposit, again, this deposit and percentage, which I said, of the allotment, money received. We need to check it because we are certifying it as important. So sometimes you will find an ambiguity there. So if there's an ambiguity, like the money is not received, or let's say there's a convention, you had a payment of 5 lakh rupees and you got 4,50,000. You cannot deposit 5 lakh rupees or 70% of 5 lakh rupees. Definitely, naturally, 4,50,000. If you have a direct control, you will fast 3,50,000 there. But if you don't have a control and it's an automation, then you need to find it out and figure it out how to report it. Okay. That's the case. But another developer is introduced. So that developer becomes promoter, right?
Yeah.
That developer becomes promoter. Definitely change the bank. Yeah, because it is a promoter's bank. Permission will be given by the. Yeah. Because without the permission, it is happen. And even now, there are some students back that you can change bank account, formats and specific declarations. So if you want to change the bank, you can do it. Just student bank, you can start.
And the promoter is receiving the amount of designated bank as well as the current amount. So here we will be for the designated.
No, I didn't understood. So you have to step. Promoter might is receiving money, 100% money in designated bank account.
He is receiving 100%.
आपका हो गया तो निकल जाओ. Normal current account 70% to the designated bank. तो जाओ. No, I'm asking. I am not speaking. I'm asking whether 70% of that is transferred to the designated bank account. Let's say I have multi-location balance. All 70% coming to one account. That's what you are trying to say.
70% is coming in designated. I have a current account separate. So I'm taking 100% of allowance. In that case, we will be only 20% here. And what about the current account balance?
Basically, if you don't deposit the 70% of the current account, you have wired it.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, so if it's a violation of RERA provision, you have to look at what is the money collected. You would have to search in the tables. What is the money received? Whether it's matching up with the designated amount, whether 70% has gone into it. If no, you have to report that violation. Okay, so.
Hello.
Till 7 floors. Sanction, only sanction thing you can include the cost. Later on, when you will get the permission, then you have to apply for correction for change and then you can include. The estimated cost will be only for sanction. Because yes, we should have the permission from the buyers, two-third permission, and then appropriately you have to upload on the website. And then we can include it in our cost. Accordingly, we can change. Because we cannot certify what is not in reality. अगर CC नहीं होता तो ठीक था, लेकिन permission नहीं है, that cost cannot be considered altogether because it is superficial cost. It is proposed. So that just I am disclosing to the buyers that यहाँ पे FSI available है, आने वाला है. क्योंकि वो proposed के हिसाब से मैं as a chartered accountant I cannot certify or estimate. It will be a totally estimate. So मैं as a chartered accountant I cannot on what basis इसका sanction ही नहीं है, मैं उसका cost अगर पकड़ रहा हूँ और अगर available units में जो units है भी नहीं पता भी नहीं मुझे. As on जो sanction plan मुझे जो units दिख रहे हैं उसका मैं cost 7 floors का पकड़ूँ.
One second. See, in your case, if it is not sanctioned, you have not specified. Very simple, very simple.
No, you cannot mention. Because sanction जितना है उतना ही जो unsold है वही है.
कभी खत्म करेगा पता नहीं, कभी खत्म करेगा पता नहीं.
Extra area to allocate to existing tenants. No, basically there is no such provision. What we do is we disclose it separately. And what RERA authorities are taking the stand that whenever there are tenants in the same building, then you have to disclose it in available for sale, unsold. And when you get the registration, you have to include it in sold unit. This is the stand they have taken where it is a composite building and where there is a separate rehab building itself, it cannot be included in. So extra area है, तो वो हम उसने भले extra area purchase किया है, उसको जो flat number दे रहे वो हम लोग बता रहे कि this is unsold and then later on I can include it in my forms, whatever. So that amount is included. You can take it as consideration. No, you have to mention the entire area because for that area, it is not under the purview. Actually, if you will see, the tenants is not covered under there. As per the recent judgment also, we have seen that they are not considering the redevelopment component, but according to me, they have to be considered as allottees. So you have to disclose the full area and in the part of the consideration part, you have to include whatever the extra amount they have paid. Sorry. No, no area, total area available of unsold inventory. Total area that needs to be as per the sanction. You cannot break whatever additional area is only purchased. See, in terms of permission, I cannot classify कि इतने मतलब आप बोल रहे हो कि उतना एरिया समझो 20 स्क्वायर मीटर एक्स्ट्रा परचेस किया तो उतने का ही डिफेक्ट लायबिलिटी पीरियड उसको एप्लीकेबल है. Correct. With what? total area available for sale we match. After that, after form 3, at the time of registration, once we issue form 3, उसके बाद मैं उसको sold में दिखाऊंगा.
Sold area add to another table where this that area will should not do this thing, no, I think.
In that amount column, you have to include whatever actual amount as per the ASR is there. See, unsold मैंने वही बोला, वहाँ पे आप include करोगे तो उसको disclose के लिए ऐसे immediately next इसमें वो sold में आ जाएगा. तो sold में जो actual amount आया उतना ही mention करना है. At the time of registration is only for disclosure. मुझे किधर check करना है कि 70% या 100%. Certificate. No, it won't be any variation. There won't be any variation. Yes.
One question.
Yeah.
बैठे आप क्या करो खाना खाओगे
70% account. Yes. As for RERA, there is no separate provision. We have only one separate account. But अभी जो order आया है RERA का बैंक अकाउंट का, तो उसकी वजह से अभी इनको भी मेंशन करना पड़ेगा सब कुछ. And in that order, they have clearly mentioned. अगर आप दो चीज उसमें देखोगे, तो उसकी वजह से सारे डेवलपर्स अपने पास आने वाले. एक तो वो steps follow करने के बाद भी any other documents they can ask to the promoters. तो ओपन एरिया रखती है. और दूसरा चीज सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है, ऑल द कंप्लायंस नीड्स टू बी डन. तो अगर डेवलपर सोचेगा कि मैं रजिस्ट्रेशन ले लेता हूँ सीए से, बाद में डायरेक्टली मैं ओसी या एक्सटेंशन के टाइम पे सीए के पास वापस जाऊंगा, इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल. अगर उसको रेरा चेंज करना है, देन ही हैज टू डू ऑल द कंप्लायंसेस. टिल दैट टाइम द रेरा अथॉरिटी वोंट अलाउ हिम टू चेंज द बैंक अकाउंट. और अगर फंडिंग लिया तो और भी प्रॉब्लम. नहीं, जो बैंक्स पहले रेरा सर्टिफिकेट मांग रहे, दैट दे आर फॉलोइंग रॉन्ग प्रोसीजर. So either you can shift the bank account or you have to write that there is no such provisions, because they are acting beyond their authority. In many cases, even if you go for extension, they directly freeze your accounts. जब तक रेरा सर्टिफिकेट नहीं आ रहा, they have no powers unless there is an authority order. They cannot freeze the accounts. Till now, we don't have रेरा बैंक अकाउंट रेगुलेशंस. तो अभी ये जो शुरुआत हुआ है वो ऑर्डर से शुरुआत हुआ है. मे बी इन फ्यूचर दे माइट कम, बट सुमो मोटो बैंक्स कैन नॉट टेक सच डिसीजंस. अगर रेरा बैंक अकाउंट पहले ओपन नहीं करेंगे तो रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं मिलेगा. तो इट इज नॉट एट ऑल पॉसिबल. तो जो बैंक्स ऐसे, मैंने भी सुना बैंक्स मांग रहे हैं, लेकिन फिर यू हैव टू शिफ्ट और यू हैव टू मेंशन, बिकॉज मेनी बैंक्स का क्या होता है कि लीगल टीम को पता नहीं होता है क्या एग्जैक्टली है. तो यू हैव टू राइट द मेल एंड डू द फॉलो अप एंड यू कैन गेट इट. आपका जो 100% बैंक अकाउंट है वो इम्पोर्टेंट है, जिसमें आता है अमाउंट. लेकिन रजिस्ट्रेशन पोर्टल पे 70% ही आता है. नहीं, पर बैंक्स को यू हैव टू मेंशन दिस इज माय 100%, दिस इज माय 70 and 30. तो डेजिग्नेटेड जो 70% अमाउंट अकाउंट आपने ओपन किया वही आएगा.
To clarify.
Yeah, that is true. Banks are not aware. So I said that you have to properly, you have to mention orders and everything. You have to write to their team. Then they agree upon in most of the cases. Yeah, I have also seen that many banks are demanding 10 lakh rupees for opening RERA account. So मेरे एक प्रोजेक्ट मैंने HDFC बैंक को दिया, तो they are started demanding 10 lakh rupees करो तो RERA account. So this is what is going on, but till now we don't have regulations. इसके लिए उनका चल रहा है. Yeah. क्या करूँ? बोलिए सर. Yeah.
Can we complete it? I think so.
Yeah.
We will have question till tomorrow morning. So let's complete. So I think this was very simple slide, which put lots of entities. Now coming to the means of money, again very simple slide. इधर से पैसा figure के वो बता दो. So basically first two columns are which the promoters are supposed to give it. You have to rely and just check on it because our only got the third thing that actually is important. And five things like whether promoter का कितना contribution है, secured unsecured कितना है और कस्टमर से कितना फंड्स में यूज किया है. अगेन कस्टमर रिसीव्स फंड्स में यूज करना है. इसमें प्रीरोगेटिव ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट कि वो चाहते हैं कि पहला पैसा जो भी रहेगा वो प्रोजेक्ट के लिए यूज हो रहा है कि अनसेक्योर्ड लोन पहला प्रोजेक्ट के लिए यूज हो रहा है. ओवरऑल ही इज रिस्पांसिबल फॉर दिस. मेनली आई विल अप्रिशिएट दैट जो भी विड्रॉल्स लिया है वो इधर आना चाहिए कस्टमर रिसीप्ट से. ओके, और बैलेंस जो भी रहेगा from the secured, unsecured or promoters contribution. And the map up of the total funds for the project should tally with table B to the case of the third column. And in first column, it should tally with the registration at the date of registration center. And in second column, any revision has happened, and that will be in table A. It should tally with this. I think that else as far as the form is. See, there are three columns, first, second, and third. The first, the estimated cost, and this goes to tally out. Okay. Estimated cost. Okay. That should tally with your initial registration. Second, with your proposed date. So as of date. If there is no changes, it will be as per the first column. If you have made any changes, that will be as per table A. And third will be as per table B, actual costing. Right? Thank you very much. I have to cut it short now. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna sir. मुझे लगा कि सिर्फ मोमेंट ही लेके घर पे जाएंगे. Okay, thank you, Bhavna sir. So basically, he has explained form 3. So it is the PPT. I have included everything. So all the changes are being included. But most probably, just tell me. अभी मेरे पास कितना टाइम है पता नहीं. 8:30 आपने बोला था. What time है? ठीक है. तो एक पहले बेसिक क्वेश्चन अपन ले लेते हैं. उसमें मुझे ये जानना है कि रूप में किसी ने 50,000 चार्ज किया है फॉर्म 3 के लिए. कोई है यहाँ पे जिसने 50,000 चार्ज किया? एनीवन बिग 4 वाले छोड़ दो. 40,000. ओके, सो ये चार्ज 40,000 फॉर्म 3. तो जो लोग मुझे क्वेश्चन पूछते हैं कि कितना चार्ज करना चाहिए, उनको समझ में आ गया कि अपर लिमिट क्या है. अभी 10,000 के नीचे कितने चार्ज किया है? ओके सर, आपने कुछ अमाउंट बोल सकते हो? 7,000. तो लोअर लिमिट मिल गया. आगे से आप ये क्वेश्चन नहीं आना चाहिए कि 7,000 और 40,000 के बीच में आप फॉर्म 3 का चार्जेस ले सकते हो. फिक्स हो गया ना? क्योंकि मेनी टाइम आई गेट दिस क्वेश्चन कि फॉर्म 3 का चार्जेस क्या है. इट कैन कॉस्ट यू द डिग्री, राइट? तो उसके हिसाब से आप चार्जेस लेना चाहिए. एंड नाउ फॉर्म 3 इज अ 2-sided sword. ये साइड पे प्रमोटर है, ये साइड पे सी. बराबर. अभी एक अंदर का न्यूज बोलता हूँ कि बेसिकली नाउ रेरा पहले तो प्रमोटर को आया नोटिस, अभी दूसरा कौन है बताओ? So they are on the plan to send notices to chartered accountants. And why? Because many chartered accountants, what they have done, see, it might be inadvertent. Because हम लोग साइन कर देते हैं, कॉस्ट पे अपना ही डेवलपर है सोच के बहुत सारा चीज ओवरलुक भी हो जाता है. पर इसमें क्या हो जाता है कि सेम बैंक अकाउंट वो डेवलपर दोनों प्रोजेक्ट के लिए यूज कर. And they have the data analysis. उनके पास लिस्ट रेडी है. To those chartered accountant, they might send the notices, we might see issues. क्योंकि ऐसे तो हो नहीं सकता है कि इतने सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स है, 4,500 के ऊपर स्टॉल्ड है और उसमें सबका गुडी प्रोग्रेस दिख रहा है. फॉर्म 3 एकदम परफेक्ट, कोई भी इशू नहीं. ये हैज कलेक्टेड दिस अमाउंट, यूटिलाइज 100% फॉर द प्रोजेक्ट. मुझे तो आज तक ये प्रोजेक्ट मिला ही नहीं. आपको मिला है? There is diversion, there are issues. It might not be diversion, but अपने दूसरे प्रोजेक्ट के लिए तो वो यूज ही कर रहा है. तो ये कंप्लीट डाइवर्जन हो गया क्या नहीं हो, आप डिसाइड करो. लेकिन ये सारी चीजें, ये जो कमेंट्स है टेबल जी, दिस इज मोस्टली वेटेड इन मोस्ट ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट्स. In most of the form 3, I haven't seen a single comment. यहाँ पे कुछ भी नहीं आता है, and that is where we might face issues. Form 3 का जो पहले जो था Form 3 और अभी जो Form 3 है, उसमें totally difference है. Earlier was very much simple, and now they have included, they have gone beyond our scope also. क्योंकि अभी उन्होंने क्या किया, Form 3 और Form 5 दोनों को ही काम पे लगाया डिपॉजिट और यूटिलाइजेशन के पीछे. पहले जो फॉर्म 3 का रोल था वो रेस्ट्रिक्ट था, सिर्फ सर्टिफाई करो एक्चुअल कॉस्ट इनकर्ड एंड दैट्स इट. बट नाउ दे आर एक्सपेक्टिंग दैट यू सर्टिफाई डिपॉजिट, यूटिलाइजेशन, विड्रॉवल, एवरीथिंग, एंड दैट विल बी क्रॉस चेक विद द फॉर्म 5, दैट इज एनुअल ऑडिटर. So in case of form 3 you need to take precaution. So these are the few things which need to be included. Any exceptions if you are having in your land cost or construction cost, sold and unsold inventory, ये कोई भी चीज का exception हो, समझो अभी basic चीज हो TDS. See, TDS is not included. TDS is not included in your bank account. It is directly deducted by the buyer, but it forms the part of your unit consideration. तो जो अपना टेबल सी में sold unit, उसकी यूनिट कंसिडरेशन वो रिसीव्ड अमाउंट में भी आएगा, बट दैट शुड फॉल इन योर नोट्स, इन योर ऑब्जर्वेशन दैट दिस इज द सिचुएशन. देन इन केस ऑफ रीडेवलपमेंट, अगर कोई यूनिट्स अलॉट किए हैं तो वो हम लोग को डिस्क्लोज करना है. सी, आवर रोल शुड बी रेस्ट्रिक्टेड टू व्हाट टेबल्स आर इंक्लूडेड इन दिस फॉर्म. वी आर नॉट एक्सपेक्टेड टू गो बियॉन्ड दैट. कोई ये भी कमेंट कर देता है सेक्शन 13 के हिसाब से इसको एग्रीमेंट रजिस्टर करना चाहिए था, वो नहीं किया. व्हाई? Who are we to question that? It is the role of independent auditor, not Form 3 chartered accountant. Independent auditor जो कंपनी के केस में होता है, he has to mention in his audit report compliance of laws and regulation, right? Which standard? SA 250. So he has to mention that he has collected an amount beyond 10%. So यहाँ restrict your roles to whatever tables are mentioned in this particular form. That is very much important. Next. Yeah. So basically, next is the bank account. In case of bank account, you have seen most of them are asking question whether we have to submit the this certificates to banks or not. So what do you think, whether we have to submit it or not? Yes, but most of the banks are not demanding. So in that case, बहुत सारे banks है जो नहीं पूछ रहे वो certificate, especially जिनके पास proper mechanism नहीं है regulate करने के लिए. See, it is the responsibility of promoter. He has to give a declaration in that case to the bank. Okay, so it is the responsibility of the promoter to give a declaration to the bank, and if they are not asking for this declaration, he has to send an email. See, from promoter side, it is very important that he has to comply with this. So in this case, Form 3, Form 2 and 1. ये जो तीनों फॉर्म्स है उसको सबमिट करना है और उसको पोर्टल पे देना है. Now the most important question, what is the frequency of issuing this form 3? Are you facing this question? What according to you? Quarterly. As and when the withdrawal limit exceeds, RERA ने एक circular निकाला, but now the repercussions of this circular is, उसमें लिखा है कि जब डेवलपर प्रेफर करता है to withdraw in tranches, then he has to give a self-declaration and he can use the same certificate. But if you will see, section 11 में जो updates करने हैं अपने को, cost वहाँ पे update होगा. अभी समझो 2017 में मैंने जब भी एक साल पहले समझो उससे सर्टिफिकेट ले लिया CS से, उसमें एक लिमिट मिल गया, तो वो जो कॉस्ट है ड्यूरिंग द टेन्योर ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट, उसमें उसको एक लिमिट इतना अच्छा मिल गया कि बाद में बहुत टाइम तक उसको आने का जरूरत नहीं, तो वो कॉस्ट कैसे अपडेट करूँ? हाउ विल यू अपडेट दैट कॉस्ट ऑन द पोर्टल? ऑन व्हाट बेसिस? It will be the stale cost, old historical cost. So for that purpose, you have to obtain form 3 quarterly. And the second most thing is developer तभी आता है इसकी वजह से, इस रीजन की वजह से, जब उसका लिमिट एक्सपायर होता है तब आता है वो. और तब वो कैसे आता है? घोड़े पे आता है, मेरे को 2 दिन में दो, अभी के अभी चाहिए, मेरा पैसा ब्लॉक हो गया. Which is not, I cannot issue that certificate in such a hurry. So it is for the safety of chartered accountants also that you should obtain that certificate regularly. And the third most important reason is money. If you will get quarterly fee, obviously ना, तो developer को ये क्यों बोलते हैं time? See, it will reduce job work. We are not here to do donkey work for that purpose. अभी face हो रहा है, जो developers आ रहे हैं टॉल प्रोजेक्ट्स के लिए, उसमें क्या हो रहा है? अथॉरिटी ने तो बोल दिया कि 1 साल का एक फॉर्म लो, बट अभी मुझे बताओ कि फॉर्म 5 में जो हम लोग डिस्क्लोज करते हैं एक्सेस विड्रॉवल्स, तो आज अगर वो डेवलपर 1 साल का फॉर्म ले रहा है तो उसका वहां पे क्या लिखेंगे? वेदर इट इज अंडर द अम्ब्रेला ऑफ द फॉर्म 3 और इट इज विल बी कंसीडर्ड स्टिल एज एक्सेस विड्रॉवल. आज उसने फॉर्म 3 ले लिया, रेरा ने उसको टाइम पीरियड दे दिया 30 डेज का, कंप्लाई करो, 1 साल का ले लो, हर साल का, तो वेदर दैट टेबल एक्सेस विड्रॉवल, इट विल बी कंसीडर्ड एज एक्सेस विड्रॉवल और नॉट? Yes, so you will compare with the limit, right? You will compare with the limit in that certificate and then you can include it in the excess withdrawal or not. So यहाँ पे उनको जो compliance का part दिया है, that means later on they will start charging penalties for 100%. और इसमें गुजरात रेरा में we have slab wise penalties. It starts from minimum 25,000 and goes up to 1 lakh. So it depends on the project cost. So soon here also, because RERA came out with a figure that 75 to 80% of the projects are not complying with quarterly updates. You will say कि किसको पता चलता है? System में date feed हो रहा है. Background में उनको सब data analysis है, only they are not showing you. So that is the reason they have given you 20th date. So background में सब कुछ feed हो रहा है. तो ऐसे मत समझो कि there won't be any penalties कि 30 दिन में मैंने 1-2 फॉर्म अपलोड किया तो हो जाएगा. No, now they have started following strict rules. इसके लिए वो बैंक अकाउंट का ऑर्डर भी लेके आए और उसमें बहुत सारा ओपन चीज रख दिए. अदर डॉक्यूमेंट्स एज डिमांडेड बाय रेरा अथॉरिटी. दिस इटसेल्फ जो पहले हम लोग रेरा अपडेट में बैंक अकाउंट चेंज करते थे ऐसे ही, उसके लिए अभी 1 महीना 2 महीना भी लगा. और इस सब में इफेक्ट कौन होगा? प्रमोटर, बिकॉज हिज बैंक अकाउंट विल गेट लॉक. उसको पैसे विड्रॉ करने नहीं मिलेंगे. So that is the major issue which we are facing. Now tell me, in case of landowner and the promoter, whether you will have separate form 1 and 2 also for landowner? Is it required? No. So see form 3, form 1 नहीं, correct? Form 1 नहीं लेना. Yes. See, हर एक चीज का ना पैकिंग है. फॉर्म 1 में अपना जो डिटेल्स है एक्सकवेशन एंड ऑल दोस परसेंटेज, वो क्वार्टरली में वो परसेंटेज अपने को उस फॉर्म से मिलेगा. इंजीनियर का सर्टिफिकेट अगर फॉर्म 3 दे रहे हो तो इंजीनियर का सर्टिफिकेट लगेगा. तो ये तीनों आ गए क्वार्टरली. बिकॉज दैट स्टेटस आप अगर देखोगे तो आज जो नोटिसेस जा रहे हैं, इट इज बेस्ड ऑन दिस पैरामीटर्स. कि रेरा में 3 साल प्रोजेक्ट रजिस्टर्ड है और एक भी बुकिंग नहीं हुआ दिखा रहा है. ऐसे कैसे पॉसिबल है? So for them, they are sending the notices. और किसी में 90% booking है, लेकिन cost उतना नहीं दिख रहा है. तो ये जो mismatches है, उसको target करके they are sending investigators to 313 projects. They are sending other professionals for verification. ये जो stall projects का जो team है, it is for that purpose. Now coming back to form 1, 2, and 3, you require a form 1. You require a form 1 wherein you have to mention. It is always to the promoter, right? How many of you write only the developers? 2 developers in all the forms. But if you have observed CC, उसमें landowner का भी नाम होता है और landowner भी promoter है, तो form 1 में दोनों का नाम क्यों नहीं? CC में अगर दोनों का नाम है, लीगल टाइटल रिपोर्ट में दोनों का नाम है, तो फॉर्म 1 में सिर्फ मेन प्रमोटर का नाम क्यों? That is the common form which is to be used for both the promoters, because there is no distinguish. So it is to main promoter and landowner. So this, many of the professionals are forgetting this. Only form 3 needs to be uploaded separately and the audit report. Rest every document. See, landowners are not complying. That is the reason they are finding out certain ways, and definitely they might, within 1-2 months, they might come with a circular for targeting this issue. कि कौन से केस में क्या कब फॉर्म 3 है, सब कुछ देना. Yes. Opening balance. See, for old, for 22nd December 2021, you have to use old formats. Any forms issued for that period, you have to use old formats. उसके बाद के लिए ये new formats applicable. If you will read the email carefully, at the bottom they have given 2 references of the 2 different notifications. So they have clearly mentioned you have to issue yearly certificate as per old notification regulation and new formats for after the 22nd December 2020. Start from the inception of the project. Yes. Yeah, but as a chartered accountant, we are responsible only after the promoter gives an affidavit. Form B जब देता है, उसके बाद ही अपन उस figures के लिए applicable है. उसके पहले का अपन certify नहीं कर सकते. उसका नोट डालना चाहिए. Definitely, because he is committing कि मैं आज से 70% या 100% डाल रहा हूँ, तो मैं पहले का उसका verify कैसे कर सकता हूँ? I also committed that I will verify from this date. Those trifurcation needs to be given. How much is deposited in separate bank account after the commencement of the act. We are not, no way we are responsible for checking that, because their institute doesn't bite it. They are allowed, even architects are developers. So till the time RERA authorities doesn't take any action, we cannot initiate. We have to use which essay? Using the word of auditor's expert, right? So we have to rely, we have to use his work. So we cannot question the 2 engineer to developer BI. No, let RERA answer ask that question, because we have also certified where architect himself is a developer and he is issuing the certificate. He's licensed, he's allowed by the Council of Architects and everything. So who are we to question?
Yeah, yes.
Lower of the area. No. एक बार उसका कॉस्ट उसके सर्टिफिकेट में आ गया, मतलब वो खुद बोल रहा है, उसका लाइसेंस नंबर है. So he is certifying कि मैं इतना कॉस्ट है, तो we cannot challenge it. We are only answerable for actual cost as per the books. Estimated cost में से कितना अभी incur हुआ है, that is the main. Estimated cost, and then how much of from the estimated cost is incurred till date. That is. Incurred definition is given. It is based on the product or services against which invoice is received, or you have paid the amount and you have received the product or service. To whom? No. That's not our responsibility. See, he has to maintain. If you will read form to line earlier, देखो उसमें certificate में भी changes है. उसका certificate पहले based on the report of structural engineer and architect based on observation. अभी उसके इसमें क्या लिखा है? Based on the calculation of input services inputs. So everything is covered. So he has to maintain his own records. We are no way to give him the invoices, nothing. Sorry? Agreement for sale. जो भी amenities, जो कुछ भी cost है, and cost of construction, he can very well certify. He is an engineer, no? So he can definitely certify. नहीं उसको records भी maintain करने हैं, estimate भी करेगा और books भी maintain करेगा. Site पे जो record होता है ना, stock in, stock out, सब चीज के वो record maintain करना चाहिए. जो नहीं करते हैं लोग. Mostly they take the form 3 figure as base. We can't help. See, अगर मैंने incurred लिया है, मेरे पास invoice है, मैं 100 का invoice ले रहा हूँ, 80 units का actual usage हो रहा है. तो उसके इसमें 80 units का cost आएगा, मेरे इसमें 100 का whichever is less, तो मुझे 80 units का लेना है. तो मेरे पास invoice है, उसके बाद ही उसके पास goods deliver होते हैं. So that difference should be acceptable. जितना है उसका, उसके books में उतना maintain होना चाहिए. But I haven't seen in any of the projects they are maintaining also. Sorry. मतलब समझा नहीं? Yeah. जो cost of construction cost of units allotted to tenants will cover under cost of construction under RERA.
The form will be revised prior to registration.
Yeah.
And the form 3 will revise prior to registration.
Form 3 be revised prior to registration.
Registration of the RERA.
Yeah.
It's the form has been submitted, but there was an objection raised by the RERA. So which has been corrected in the revised form 3 by giving note.
Yes. Yeah. If it is error apparent from records, then we can rectify. We are giving appropriate reasons. It is quarterly. 20th. 20th. No, what is the mistake? You have issued a certificate for the previous period. In new format you have issued. No, not a mistake. उल्टा ज्यादा details disclose कर दिया है. Compliance करने के लिए RERA में कोई penalty नहीं. उल्टा अच्छा है, आप कुछ तो फॉर्म दे रहे हो. जो प्रोजेक्ट है जो आ ही नहीं रहे वापस, उनको RERA टेंशन. उसमें अपने को कोई नहीं है. जो न्यू फॉर्म में है तो मैं ज्यादा डिस्क्लोज कर रहा हूँ. Yeah, 100%. No, not even. Among the letter? Yeah, okay. Cancel. See, cancellation का तो एक तो termination letter है. If it is there and it is amount received, if you have and that unit is now allotted to someone else. See, once we have termination letter, we can include it in answer, but we have to give a proper disclosure that this amount is pending to be refunded. Because nowhere क्या होता है ना, पिछले सर्टिफिकेट में 201 एक अलॉटी को दिया है, दूसरे इसमें वो दूसरा भी बन जाए. अपने को कहीं पे नाम नहीं देना है. In Gujarat, they have to give disclose names. तो वो नाम जो देते हैं तो वो साइट पे दिखता है जो CA सर्टिफिकेट से डायरेक्टली अपलोड. तो अपने को ज्यादा प्रिकॉशन है क्योंकि वहां पे डबल सेलिंग हो सकता है. So with that point of you have to take precaution and you have to disclose कि अब मेरे पास you have to take termination letter and then only you can include that amount in the notes. You can mention. Deposit. Withdrawals में yes 70%. हाँ 70% अपने को रिटर्न करेंगे ना, तो 70% you can use there from RERA. Land owner नहीं, no. Withdrawn is the amounts which is withdrawn from the RERA designated account and utilized for the project. Yes. See that you have to give reconciliation. कि हो सकता है कोई लोन अमाउंट ले लिया, कोई जीएसटी का अमाउंट ले लिया, अदर कोई भी मेंटेनेंस अमाउंट ले लिया. That is possible, but you have to give reconciliation. This is pertaining to allottees and these are other deposits. These are other deposits. We are not aware. We just have to give a reconciliation disclosure that out of these deposits है उसको underline करके disclosure दे दो उसमें कि these are the allottees, these are from our partners. वो सारा detail disclose करो. No, we are not answerable. We are only answerable 70% is properly being utilized. वो अपना बैंक बैलेंस एग्जैक्ट टैली होना चाहिए, लेकिन उसमें से अपने को रिकंसिलिएशन देना है कि कितना बायर्स है, कितना आउटसाइड, दैट वी हैव टू मेंशन. Yeah, so they are following actually the wrong practice. They are transferring from 70 to 30. So actually they should issue 70% का ही check. But till the time RERA issues any guidelines, we have to follow and we have to do both the reconciliation of these. नहीं 70%. 70 का है, designated का ही है, 30% का नहीं दिखा. अपन को बोलना है कि 70 भले उसने 30 में लिया, लेकिन आगे जाके खर्चा उसका मैपिंग करोगे, एक्सपेंसेस किया तो दैट्स ओनली रूल दैट वी जस्ट हैव टू चेक. नहीं, एक ही. Yes, allow. Interest to buyers, interest to financial allowed, interest to buyers is disputable, RERA authority says allowable, but tribunal says he has to bear from his own pocket. Yeah, OC है तो 70 साठी अप्लाय है. OC या कितना हो जाएगा? ओके चलो नहीं, मुझे कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया. करेक्ट. चलेगा, कोई डिफॉल्ट नहीं है. पूरा 100 में तो उल्टा और भी अच्छा है, एक ही अकाउंट में है ना सब कुछ. हाँ, तो एक ही सेपरेट अकाउंट है ना जिसमें सब कुछ ट्रांजैक्शन होगा.
प्रोजेक्ट बंद
बराबर. नहीं एक्चुअली तो वैसे होना चाहिए इन बैंक्स वो ऑटोमेटिकली ट्रांसफर करते हैं 70 to 30 so that is valid till the time we can trace कि कितना खर्चा कहाँ पे हो so that is not an issue. Okay, because RERA में नहीं बोला है कि escrow mechanism follow करो. They have just mentioned you have to maintain a separate account. So that is fine, very good, no, not an issue. ठीक है? एक last question है. Sorry.
Go on now, sir. It's almost
Okay.
30 and yeah, later on.
Okay, later on. Yeah.
Okay, on behalf of WIRC and all the attendees, I take this opportunity to thank all the three faculty, CA Sumit Kapure, CA Aditya Zante, and CA Bhavesh Nagara sir, for delivering such a wonderful lecture. And the success of the session is when there is a communication two-way and there is a never-ending session. This means that all the attendees have thoroughly enjoyed and taken the fruits of the session completely. But yes, I can see some of them saying, no, we want more, we want more. So we'll definitely have some other day to make sure that your questions are clarified. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.